Peace, family. Thank you for coming. I see all of you in the chat, and I'm excited about today's live stream. We have some amazing brothers here who have agreed to have this conversation today, and I'm excited about this conversation. So, before we get started, as you know, you can donate to the channel here, or there's my Cash App as well. And so those are ways to donate to the channel. And so before we begin, I just want to remind anyone who's new to the channel, or even if you're not new, here at MaatSpeaks, we are aimed to demonstrate how to maintain, uphold, and build a code and culture through the principles of Ma'at, which are balance, harmony, truth, order, justice, reciprocity, and righteousness. We begin by applying these principles to ourselves, then extend that to our families, and then ultimately our communities. Now, family, as you enter, I ask you to prepare to open your minds. As I said last week, we have been given a filter that most of us are accustomed to seeing through, and that filter is whiteness. So we want to educe a different perspective so we can consciously heal ourselves, name ourselves in a way that is native to who we are. So this channel, MaatSpeaks, was started to heal our community, ourselves, and build with one another so that we can create a world that our children and future generations do not need to heal from. So today's conversation may be uncomfortable for some or all. I ask that we engage in healthy dialogue, which is important for our communities and our relationships. Discomfort just means that it helps us grow. So let's be respectful. Let the healing begin. Take notes. I have my pen and paper so I can take notes from these amazing brothers who are on the panel today. So let's get them up here. And a lot of you know Bolo is here with us. We have Brother Emo. He is back with us. And Hannibal and E Black will be joining us as well. He's running a few minutes late, but that's okay. He'll be able to jump right in. So let's just start. Everyone, introduce yourselves. Tell us how we can find you. Whatever else you want to tell us, go ahead. Let's jump right in. Bolo, if you would like to go first.
Okay, well, thank you first for allowing me on your platform. I appreciate you. And salutations to the brothers on the stage. Thank you for being here. I run a channel called Bolo TV where we are primarily for men that suffer with mental illness, disease, um, that suffer brokenness, that have gone through trauma. That's what we focus on. We're not exclusively to men. We also talk about addiction, and we talk about your spiritual injuries and how we can address the issues that we have first from within and then branch out.
Thank you. Hannibal, if you want to go next.
Can y'all hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right, my name is Hannibal. I'm the lead servant of the Free Breakfast Movement. You can find us on IG at the handle right by my name. It's a pleasure to be back on here. Thanks for the invite. I look forward to this conversation.
Okay. And Brother Emo.
Peace, family. Peace to everybody in the audience. My name is Emo Odo. I'm currently in grad school at the Department of Africology, Temple University. So I'm finishing up my PhD in Africology. So I'm just here to participate in the conversation, hopefully to build and enlighten and share.
Thank you all for being here. I'm excited about this conversation. So let's jump right into it. So as you know, everyone in the chat, today's conversation is discussing spirituality and religion, what is best for our community, and how we kind of bridge the gap there. So obviously, if you see my channel, MaatSpeaks. So you know that I engage in African spiritual systems. And so I tend to use the words African science or sacred science as opposed to spirituality, because, you know, like spirituality, that's such a buzzword today. But I grew up in a Christian home. Most of my extended family is Christian. And what happened was I kind of, you know, our journey, different journeys, but my journey actually began well, I always say that, you know, the journey, we're always on this journey. So you know, I'm thankful for my journey in Christianity, but I think it was kind of like the moment that it kind of something started clicking for me was when I came across Dr. Joy DeGroy and I read the book PTSS, and just starting with just her YouTube videos. And so I just was looking at her YouTube. My husband came home one day and just told me to look at her videos. And then we ended up like on New Year's Eve looking at every video we could find on YouTube of her. And so that kind of started it. And I remember as I was reading, as she was talking, all I could say over and over again was like, oh my God, like what, you know, these things, these things start clicking. And I was just like, oh, I was angry. You know, you go through those steps. I was angry because I was like, man, I've been lied to. So that sent me down a rabbit hole. Still very much into Christianity at that time. But then I started looking, you know, you get introduced to one teacher, then it leads you to other teachers and other documentaries, other people. And so that kind of sent me down that rabbit hole. And so I did not set out to prove anything against Christianity. It was more of it just happened, you know. I asked for truth and truth revealed itself. And so here I am. So I started studying different African systems. Like I gravitated to Vodun. I gravitated in particular to Ma'at and the Kemetic science, connected to the Neteru, and just, you know, studying. And the more I studied, the more I realized I need to study more. So that's where I'm at with that. So I want to kind of start at the beginning. Okay, there we go. I want to kind of, let's see, is it echo? Okay, so I kind of want to start at the beginning with this question. And if Bolo, you can answer this first. Who do you believe the first human beings to be on the planet? Who are the first humans?
People of color.
Okay. Okay. And let's see. And okay, so Hannibal and Brother Emo, could you expound upon that? What do you think the first humans to be?
Africans.
Mm-hmm.
And I piggyback off that. Black Africans.
Black Africans. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think that's a redundancy. I'll just
look.
Yeah.
I'd like to speak to the least common denominator and make it as plain as possible, because there's a lot of non-black people on the continent who can accurately wear the title African. There's Indian people in South Africa who are Africans technically. So when I add look, you and I, we can't preach to the choir. We got to talk to everybody. We got to make it as clear as possible. Not no Indian, not no Arab who lives in Libya. Black Africans.
Well, yeah. So that was, and I think this is gonna come up in the religion conversation. But I really do believe that there's no such thing as white Africa. So it does, even if Europeans or Arabs or other Asians are in Africa, does not make them Africans. So I mean, I'll stand by that, and we can have that conversation. But
so if we're going to have that conversation, should we not call it Africa? Because Africa was named after Leo Scipios Africanus.
We should, again, for communication is important, and what we say is only as effective as the people who understand who we're talking with and to. So if I called Africa Al-Kebulon and 90% of the people who I said that to didn't know what I was talking about, then I'm potentially going to lose people and waste time explaining that when I could have just said Africa.
Well,
the point that I'm trying to make when I do say that is, if we're going to speak to the truth, then let's deal with the root, not the branches, right? So, if we're going to wait for some people to come into the room and give a quick breakdown to the different names, and still, for the sake of the conversation, call it Africa, that's cool. However, when you're saying Black Africans, that's kind of an oxymoron, because you're saying Black white, in essence.
I don't know about that, but I will say if we want to contest the term Africa based on the origin of Romans taking the name of the people they conquer, like Africanus, or we can talk about, like you said, the term Al-Kabulan, which is an Arab word or Arabic word for the ones who come before us, or the Aboriginal people. So, or we can use the terms of the people who are indigenous to the continent we're talking about, and they use terms like Kemet. So they use words about the land of Black people.
Exactly.
So we can use these kinds of language, but I don't mind using the word Africa for expediency, because I think that term and that concept is the most intelligible for who and the people that we are referring to. I mean, can we agree to that much?
Hell yeah, I can.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
And I think that is important because English is a bastardized language anyway. So if we start doing that, I think we would be all day, because even the word God, right? Like, God is a Germanic word, and I don't necessarily, say God, I'll say like divine intelligence or something, something else, because I feel like God ends up that term ends up putting parameters on what you even describe that energy to be. So I guess, and I understand everyone's point, but yeah, I think we would be all day trying to trying to break down the English language. I love the quote by Professor Covey. He says it's hard to tell the truth in English. So, it's so we're gonna move on from there. And and the reason I asked that question, who the first people are, is because a lot of times in religion, we learn the story of Adam and Eve. And so what happens is that one, we have that imagery, but also then it gives us a distorted reality of who we are as a people. So I would like to ask the question, since Bolo, I do know that you believe in, I'm not going to say I know, I'm going to ask you, you do believe in the Bible, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I'm not a Christian, but I believe in the Bible.
Okay. All right. So with that, is there any parts of the Bible that you don't agree, or you believe that the Bible is the whole truth?
There are some books that have been removed, such as the Apocrypha and other books. But what we have in the 66 books when we read the Bible, yeah, I believe it's the truth.
Okay. All right. So so do you believe that is so do you believe in the creation story?
Correct. It didn't start with Adam and Eve, though. I think
Okay,
that's a common misunderstanding, that people think that creation started with Adam and Eve. It did.
Can you go further with that? What do you mean it didn't start with Adam and Eve?
There were people on the earth before Adam and Eve, right? So let's just use math. Adam and Eve had Cain and Abel. Cain killed Abel. They later had a son named Seth, but Cain had wives. Where did the wives come from? And then also Cain, when he was speaking to the Lord said, he said that the punishment that you have given me is too strong. And if anyone is to find me, they will kill me. And God says, if anyone touches you, their curse will be worse than yours. So who is the everyone if they were the only people?
Okay. So I want Hannibal and Brother Emo, if you can touch on that for me. Do you believe that that is a factual, or do you think that that is derived from something?
You know, the wild thing is, and Bolo, try not to jump in because I'm about to trigger you.
Okay.
The wild thing about religion, especially Christianity and religious folks, is they can say something like, I believe the Bible is true, and then say, but there was people before Adam and Eve. Your Bible does not corroborate that at all. So you either think the Bible is true and Adam and Eve are the first people, or the Bible is not true. That's the craziness about religion. Like a lot of people don't realize the Bible was first written in Aramaic and then Greek and then all these other languages, and eventually it made its way to English. And there was all these words used for things that we understand, like love. We use the word love. There's a Greek word, agape. There's other words, Philadelphia. It's brotherly love. There's the love that you're supposed to have for God. Like, there's all these different words, and then when it gets to English, we're just like love, period. The Bible has a lot of wisdom in it, but I am not going to take it at face value, and I can't, and no rational person should take it at face value. Some of the stories are allegorical. Some of the stories are just pure fable. Some of the stories are completely outlandish, like thinking that all these animals and 12 human beings were on an ark for 40 days or whatever the hell that was. Like, no rational person should believe that story. So, for you asked me, is the Bible true? Again, it has some wisdom in it. It has a lot of craziness, a lot of horrific stories, a lot of crazy things, like people going to sacrifice their kids because they think God said kill your son. Like, that is horrific. Like, if you put that in a movie, the movie would be not for kids. So that's how I understand the Bible.
So why would it be important for us to, first starting with the beginning, with the creation story, why would that be important for us to believe? Like, why is that important?
Who are you asking, darling?
Anyone, Bolo, you can ask, since you do believe, like, since
I would first like to ask, does Hannibal know the Bible? Because he seems to talk about something that doesn't sound like he knows too much about. So, for him to, I don't know how many platforms him and I have been on, and I continuously tell him that I'm not a religious man. He continues to think that I'm a religious man. So, first off, we understand that the Bible wasn't written periodically. It's not a book that you can just read straight through. It jumps. So when you're going to sit down and you're going to say that I don't believe that this and I don't believe at that, my question to you is going to be, what makes you say that Adam and Eve were the first? Because I can tell you Adam and Eve wasn't. When you read Genesis chapter 3, it talks about...
I didn't say that.
I said to you that Adam and Eve was not the first. You just said that how can I believe that something that says that they were the first, either I believe it is true or I believe it's not. That's what you said. And I'm saying to you that, sir, you did not read it correctly to understand that they were not the first people.
I don't believe they were.
Let me finish. I didn't interrupt you. Don't interrupt me, please. Thank you. Okay? They were the first to be given the written law. They were the first to be given the law of the Lord. But they were not the first people. So you, sir, may need to do your studying on the book that you say you don't believe, or you say that someone is asinine or insane to believe. Because when you look at African history, they sacrificed children too. They sacrificed people to sun gods and things of that nature. So this went down through all different nationalities. That's it.
So
Are
yeah, go
you
ahead.
are you an African person?
What do you mean, am I an African person? Am I black? Yes, I am. I consider myself black. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the reason I ask is because, um, I mean, human sacrifice is a pretty heinous crime to kind of put on your own ancestors if you are an African person. I don't know of any examples of that don't come from conjecture from racists, but
So are you saying that no African history, in African history, no one ever sacrificed children? No one did anything heinous? Is that what you're saying for me to understand?
no, what I'm saying is I just don't see how it's related to 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 questioning the Bible.
Well, he said that, he didn't understand how a God can ask to sacrifice your child. You heard him say that, right? So I was paralleling that to say that throughout history, there have been crazy people that interpret things crazy. It's happened in Africa. It's happened in Europe. It's happened in Asia. It's happened all over the place. It happened in Mexico. It happened all over the place. So whether it's you sacrificing children or you sacrificing a woman or you sacrificing this, there were sacrifices done. And if you read the scripture, Abraham didn't sacrifice his son. It was to see if he would put his son before God. So it's disingenuous to make a statement and not finish out the statement.
Okay, well, all right. Well, I think where I would enter the conversation from about religion from an African standpoint or from an Afrocentric perspective is with the chronology of world history and the development of world civilizations. I think we can all agree that in many ways religion is the deification of someone's culture or of a group's culture. And normally religions become created through processes of nationalism or imperialism. So when I think of the development of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, I look at their development within the given nations of their origin. And I don't see the direct relationship to African people until the later conquest of African people from the people who come from Western Asia or the Levant region, where the origin of these religions were, where the people, the Arabs and the Semitic people or the mixed people of that region resented African people for ruling over them for a couple centuries. And then they came and conquered North Africa and continued their religious warfare against African people ever since. And we're still dealing with the ongoing Ma'afa to this day. So I think you can kind of see how within the text, I wouldn't doubt the historicity of the Bible. The Bible is a historical document. It's a text that it contains myths and allegory, but it also contains history, proverbs, wisdom, but of which people? And when I look at the people of the origin of the book, the Hebrew people, the Israelite people, their ancestors were the Hikahesu or the Hyksos, the from the perspective of Africans in the Nile Valley, those are the rulers of foreign lands, the Amu. So basically, those were the first people. Those were the first Asians or Eurasian invaders of Africa, who later developed the Abrahamic religions to conquer African people and to rationalize their superiority to African people with religion. It's no secret that there's many contradictions when people begin to deal with African spiritual traditions and people deal with Islam, Christianity, or Judaism. So I think everybody's entitled to their belief system. I just think a lot of the time when we deal with religion, we should deal with origins and cultures. We should deal.
I agree with you. I definitely agree with you on that. That's why I tell you I don't push religion.
Mm-hmm.
So, that's the first thing I say, that I'm not a religious man. So I understand that religion is man's interpretation and man's control. And this is how they enslave different nationalities. So I totally agree with you on that. But for a book that people say doesn't fit Black people, it sure is a book that talks nothing but about Black people. You read about Abraham. Well, it says Abraham was a man of color. Solomon was a man of color. Christ was a man of color. We look at
but beyond their color, what was their culture?
Their culture, they were Hebrews. They were Israelites. They were from Israel.
They were the enemies of African people.
Where do you get that from?
They conquered African people. That's what they did.
How did they conquer African people when Joseph, when we look at history, Joseph walked into Egypt and was accepted? And that's
so that's when African people ruled their own land.
But you're saying that they conquered them just now. So if the Jews conquered them, they walked in as slaves. Because remember, there were more Egyptians than there were Jews.
It's not even accepted outside of religious circles that there was Hebrews enslaved in Egypt, though. And you keep talking about Joseph walked in. We don't know if Joseph existed. So that's the crazy thing. Let me ask you this, Bolo. How old is the earth? Bolo, if the Bible's true, Bolo, how old is the earth?
I don't know what your problem is. You always have to
How old is the earth?
Well, hold on. I don't think
according to the Bible.
Does it matter? Does that
it does. A lot.
Brother.
One at a time.
One at a time. You're a triggered dude. You tell me not to get triggered, then you interrupt. If we're going to have a conversation about trying to be inclusive and trying to move our people forward, you sure are an argumentative dude that sell t-shirts.
Brother, how old is the earth?
You tell me
according to the Bible.
You tell me how old the earth is.
I said according to the Bible.
I don't know.
What you think is true. I don't think it's true.
I don't know how old the earth is. I don't know.
The Bible teaches that the earth is 6,000 years old.
Well, let me say something before we continue.
Let me just say this, bro, and then I'll let you rock. Right there, it shows you how asinine your statements are. Because if
I was asking a question that you dodged.
No, I'll answer you now. I'll answer, show you how asinine your statement is, and you don't know a damn thing. Because
Please do.
Because according to the scriptures, it took 7 days for him to create the earth and create everything, right? And he says 1,000 years is a day with the Lord. So right there, it's a 7,000. So right there, you don't know what you're talking about. So if you're going to quote something that's not true and try to prove that something's not true, I would say to you, sir, do your history on it.
You would say that the Bible teaches 1 day equals 1,000 years. What a scientific measurement.
Show me your science. You tell me how old the earth is, brother.
It's 5 billion years old.
Prove to me the earth is 5 billion years old, brother.
Oh my God. See, this is why you can't talk to religious people.
I'm asking you.
He's so religious, he don't even know he's religious.
You're telling me to prove something, and I asked you to prove something, and your response, who's dodging?
You use the Bible, though.
Right, and I'm asking you, tell me, how do you get that the earth is 5 billion?
I ain't finna do it with you, brother. This is nonsense, and I ain't participating in no damn nonsense.
Okay, so hold on.
All the time. You talk nonsense, and when you get caught, you start to shake your head and you get emotional. You said the earth was 5 billion. I'm asking you for facts, the same way you asked me. So I'm going to ask you again, Hannibal, sir, deep guy. How old, and tell me where you get your proof that the earth is 5 billion years old.
Okay, so first and foremost, and not the earth, but our universe that this solar system exists within. Our sun is 5 billion years old. It's supposed to last for 5 billion more years. This is the general scientific consensus, and there are various methods by which they came to this calculation. But what they didn't do is say, in this old ass book that's been interpreted into 10 different languages and bastardized over the last 2,000 years, 1 day equals 1,000 years. That's the most unscientific shit I've ever heard in my damn life.
Give me a breakdown of how old the earth is. You're giving me the white man's breakdown that you are totally against.
Because you didn't do the breakdown to find out.
It's not the ridiculousness of the Bible's units of measure. Okay, that's all I know, and we're not gonna have this argument. I'm not participating in this.
All you know is that the Earth is not 70,000 years old, but you can't tell me how the Earth is 5 billion years old. And when I ask you to give me statistics and proof where you get
bro,
you can't do that. Who's asking, brother?
Can I say something?
All right, you win, brother. You win. You got it. Okay, let's move on.
Can I say something?
Let's definitely move on.
Let's please let Brother Emo speak, please.
I think so. I think what we should have prefaced the conversation with is one of the things about religion is it sits at the very foundation of the way people understand the rest of the world and reality, and a lot of the way that many things operate and function within the larger cosmos. So the thing is, we're not talking about what you can prove versus what you cannot prove when we're talking about religious views or spirituality. We're talking about things that people believe and people understand and the way people come to know things. So when we talk about those things, people, if they have differing views, it may be hard to reconcile different views that come from different experiences, histories, and cultures. But the problem is that African people many times do not talk about the origin of ideas and their views, or sometimes do not situate their views within a historical context. So the thing is, if we just have disagreements about the way we're approaching or understanding what we're talking about, we're not going to come to common terms to understand each other. So what we need to do is we need to agree to terms. That was why I tried to, maybe we could, have a common question or a common,
common direction.
Yeah, common direction.
No doubt. You know what? I agree with you on that. But however, this is the thing that bugs me out, right? When we talk about what he said, Hannibal, talking about how old the Earth is, it's a theory. There's no fact. They talk about the Big Bang Theory. So science is the man's best educated guess. That's what science is.
It's so just as good as a religion.
Exactly my point. So to hear him speak the way he speak, he tries to sound heavy, and he's not. He's not at all. So if we're going to have a conversation of men coming together and trying to move forward and coming to some common understanding, let's do that. Don't start off saying, I don't want to trigger you, because I'm not a religious man. Never kicked it, never will. So if we're going to talk about facts, let's deal with facts. Don't sit here and throw something at me, and when I ask you, you tell me it's been tested or it's been proven, but you're not citing nothing to me. And even if you did, it's a best educated guess. So nothing is proven. It's an educated guess. So you can't tell me the Earth is 5 billion. That's a very specific number, man. 5 billion, and then the sun is supposed to last another 5 billion. How do you know that? What proof did they give you that the sun is supposed to last another 5 billion years and then disappear? What proof do you have of that? So he comes in a cloak that he thinks he knows what he's saying and don't know a damn thing. So if we're going to come as men trying to speak, then what we need to do is respect each other, right? So let's understand everyone is coming from different thought processes, which is cool. Let's try to find the common ground and the common denominator that we can all walk and move this conversation forward so that we can help our people to be better.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So peace, E-Black. Thank you for joining us.
Greetings, you guys. Sorry, I had to handle some business, but I'm here for the dialogue.
Yeah, no problem. So with that, I want to share something here. And this is, let's see. Okay. So let's look at the differences here. We have epistemology, ontology, and axiology. So epistemology, study of knowledge and knowing. How do we know what we know? So that's kind of what we're looking at here. So theories have, there's the assumptions. Knowledge is out there waiting to be discovered. People develop knowledge based upon our perceptions and experience, and all knowledge is relative. A mere social construction is what, whatever we say. So then we have ontology, studies the nature of human beings, existence, individual and societies in the universe. Who are we? What are we here for? Other questions: do we make real free will choices, or are external forces controlling our outcome? Are humans best understood as individuals, or are we best understood as existing in a group social system? And then we have axiology, which is the study of values that's broken down into ethics and aesthetics. So ethics, right or wrong, studies of values in human actions. And then we have aesthetics, such as beauty, and that is objects or beings. What do we value? What values should guide our research? Other axiological questions: what values or outcomes will result from our research? Can research be neutral, or do our personal values shape how we do research? Should we seek just to understand, or seek to change the world for the better? So that brings me to another question, if as far as our morals go. And then Hannibal did bring up the question. Well, he didn't, it wasn't a question, but he was talking about um the depiction of God in the Bible. And then also, and then the sacrifices and things like that. And then we know that in the Bible it says that it describes God as being like a vengeful God, a jealous God. And some people would say that people have made God in their image, as as opposed to God being as opposed to we being in God's image. So I guess the first question I would ask each of you, because when I look at these three terms, the first thing I think of is our mind our own. So with that is, when we break down these when we break down these things, and we break down even in Brother Emo, he spoke about imperialism. So when we break down those things, are we thinking for ourselves? Is religion just something we're passing down? Even our spiritual systems, are we just passing down those things? Where is our morality actually coming from? Where are our values coming from? So if you could speak to if let's see, E Black just came in. So E Black, do you want to go ahead and talk about where our values come from? Where do you think that our values come from?
Well, there's a term called homeostasis, right? Which means, of course, everything kind of works in actions, and then the right thing kind of wins out, or there's a flattened platform of values and ideologies and things. Wars get won, wars get lost. Sometimes the most evilest people will win, say, a war. Sometimes the most godliest people will win a war. Whatever happens, but in terms of what we're at right now, we have to deal with that. So our values are passed down through the human history of what's been going on. So that's where our values come from. I can't say, you know, another culture's values are different because of an event in 1960. I identify certain aspects of how they got to that point, but truly, unless I was there in 1960, I cannot do that. So I can only judge on what their value system is now, and I can only ask about, hey, what are your value systems? Where did you learn that stuff from? And most likely, in most situations, we've learned that from our father or our mother or our immediate community.
Okay. And okay, anyone else want to chime in on that? What do you think our values, our morality, where is that coming from?
For a lot of people, it's their religious system that gives them their morality, which is honestly, there's good and bad in that dynamic. for one, the good thing is there are some people who would have no moral compass without their religious system. They absolutely wouldn't know how to make the right decision when confronted with those situations, those nuanced situations, those gray areas where there's no explicit guidance. So that can be a good thing. The bad thing is when a person gets alienated from their religious system, and their religious system was the totality of their moral compass. Now they have no moral compass. A lot of times people in those situations flounder and end up making major mistakes. I've read about it. I've seen it in my life. I've watched people lose religion, find religion. I've seen the things that happen to them when these things transpire, and it's kind of painful. Societies, communities, any aggregated amount of people kind of pass down values, like E. Black said. But I think if you're a critical thinker, if you're a person who actually is invested in your own personal development, what you're going to find is that as you get older and as you get wiser and as you get more knowledge and you get exposed to various things, you start to then be able to identify what your values are and not what values were put upon you. Okay, so and that's actually an area where a lot of people don't do enough work. If you ask a lot of people, what are your guiding principles? How do you make decisions in the absence of explicit guidance? A lot of people would be stuck, because they just haven't done that work. And I would put forth that that's an area for any adult, any parent, any person who wants to be the best version of themselves. They need to spend time in introspection, saying what is important to me, and you can find that out by thinking of evaluating and saying, how do I spend my time? How do I spend my resources? What makes me upset? What makes me happy? The answer to these questions is proof of what you value. And that's your value system. No matter how you think about it, your actions determine what your value systems are. So there, again, we get value systems placed upon us through social norms, through child rearing, parenting, being a child, having your parents influence you, learning, interacting with your environment, your school, your neighborhood. And then there's also deep introspective thinking.
Okay. And Brother Emo, could you speak more to what you think as far as values, morality? Where is that coming from? Do we naturally have a value system, or are our value systems linked to something else or someone else's culture?
Yeah, so one of the words you had up there was axiology, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is like a system of values. And the way I think of it, I think of culture as the germinating seed from which everything else comes out of. So when I think of when you want to identify what exactly a group, what their culture is, you have to look at themes and patterns that represent themselves throughout the experiences of that people's history. So like so that way you can see these are the things that these people consistently reproduce for themselves. And that means that's going to reflect a certain value system about what that group of people value about themselves and value about other people and value about the way they interact with the rest of, wherever they exist. So for me, I think that's when you're going to get different ethical systems or value systems or morality systems in different cultures. So I tend to think of how African people have sought to bring themselves in harmony with the larger forces of nature that are not strictly within the control or the domain of control for humans. So you bring yourself in harmony with those forces rather than trying to control them. So your ethics of your society, your values are going to shape what you do in relationship to maintaining that relationship with nature and other people and, you know, the larger society and therefore. So I think all of those kinds of things are contained within religion. So the thing is, that's why you see different religious practices, because people have different values, or people place value on different aspects of the reality they understand. So I think religion has everything to do with where your values come from, because it tells you who to relate to, it tells you how to relate, and it tells you the source of what you're relating to. It tells you everything you need to know. I think your religion contains what I'd call your cosmology, the sum total of the way you understand the universe and how to relate to everything else around you. So I mean, a lot of people, they wouldn't, you know, they may think religion may be more ornamental, but I think it's more fundamental to your mind and what governs the way you think about everything else.
Let me ask you, can I ask Brother Emo something?
Go ahead.
Brother Emo, would you agree that a lot of mainstream Americans like to consider the U.S. a Christian nation?
I think people I don't think people directly deal with those kinds of questions. I mean, it's glaring. It's glaring you in the face. You know, all 45, 46 presidents, all Protestants. I mean,
here's what I find. Here's what I find glaring and interesting. A country that pretends to be so very Christian has been in a formal state of war for 88% of its entire existence. Like, nothing about the U.S.'s geopolitical policies and those patterns, geopolitical patterns that you talked about that are the earmarks of value systems. Nothing of what this country, how it behaves, is Christian.
I would disagree with you, because what I would argue is that part of the European ethical system is hypocrisy. And I really do believe that Europeans, Christians, have been the most hypocrite. Like, they're hypocrites. Europeans are hypocrites, and they're Christians. So I think it works within their ethical system for all this forgiveness and, you know, everybody deserving of God's grace, or they pick and choose who's deserving of God's grace. And, you know, to me, hypocrisy works explicitly within their ethical system. That's what democracy is.
So, so show me a species or a society on this earth that was peaceful, never fought a war.
I don't think it's about peace. Everybody fights wars. White people commit genocide.
Okay, so we're talking about genocide or just war in general?
Yeah, white people commit genocide on people of color when they engage in warfare. They don't engage in warfare.
Well, you guys move the goalposts from religion, Christianity beliefs to war to now genocide. Genocide
happened in the name of an African deity.
So you think God and
are crusades and jihads?
Black, you think Jesus and God will be okay with the United States' warmongering?
I don't think Jesus and God really care about that. They just care about whether you're honoring his faith.
Well,
let me answer that. Bro, let me answer that. No, he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't, Hannibal. At the end of the day, what bro said and what you said was absolutely correct. When we're dealing with religion, we're dealing with man's interpretation of the Bible. These are men that have distorted the understanding of what the Bible is. This is why it's so important that when you read the scriptures,
but they didn't distort
Christ, hold on, let me finish what I'm saying. This is why Christ tells you that, you know, salvation is personal. See, a lot of men don't, a lot of people don't open up the book and read it. They go to church and they assume that the pastor is going to rightly divide the word. so that they don't have to go and study themselves when it's supposed to be a personal relationship, right? So if you open up the book and you read it, you'll understand that the hypocrisy that bro was talking about is one thing that the Lord is totally against. He don't believe in hypocrisy. That's the one thing he tells you. He said, I'd rather you be hot or cold. He doesn't like hypocrisy, straight up, right? He tells you how you going to tell one man he has a beam in the eye and you have one bigger than his. So when we're talking about a country that has lied, killed, raped, robbed, murdered, yeah, the Lord ain't with that. So if E-Black doesn't want to answer directly, which is his choice, I'll answer you directly. Nah, he's not with that at all.
It wasn't
Okay.
that I wasn't answering it directly. What I was just pointing out was the fact that I think we were trying to blame essentially all wars on Christianity when even in
Nope.
Africa,
What are you
Zulu
saying?
Nation was
That's
a
not what
battle of wars.
Not Hannibal said.
That's
What
not
Hannibal
what I
said
was doing, though.
specifically,
That was
he
not
said,
what I was doing at
Okay,
all.
well, okay. I interpreted what Hannibal was saying was the fact that you had Christian people fighting wars.
no.
No,
Thus,
and you know what? I apologize for not being as clear. What I was merely trying to highlight is that this country, these United States of America, purport to be a Christian nation. When I think that God, if Jesus was a mystical being who's actually going to come back, and he actually came back, he would tell everybody in the U.S. like, this is not what I wanted for you all. I didn't want you all to be fighting your imperialistic conflicts all over the world for the better part of your existence. I wouldn't want you killing in my name merely to protect your resources. I'd want you to, if you're going to say you're of me, then behave as if you're of me. That's what I was trying to say.
I get what you're saying. I apologize. I interpreted it as you saying basically Christians shouldn't fight war, but what you're saying is that if you're fighting a war in the name of me, then that's an anti-this. Okay, I get that.
Whenever Black people fight in the name of Christian gods, they fight against African culture.
Okay, and with that, I want to kind of talk.
I like my eye gotta look like she got hit by a truck. What's going on, girl?
So imperialism. So that was brought up, and I feel like this is kind of what we're talking about right now. So the state policy practice or advocacy of extending power and dominion, especially by direct territorial acquisition or by gaining political and economic control of other territories or people. So when we're talking about that, will we agree that the United States and really most European nations are nations of imperialism? Will we agree to that?
I
can
think
agree.
everybody who actually is familiar with world history would have to agree. If you don't agree, it's because you don't know enough world history.
Okay, so what do you think, E-Black? What do you think? Do you agree with that?
No, I agree. I definitely think. I think definitely in terms of imperialism, the global economic policies that are being placed by the United States are definitely an extension of power and dominion. So,
Okay, and Paulo, do you agree with that as well?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to make sure. So with that, historically, that is how they used. And even I know this is kind of like, history is your thing. So like with that, they used a tool that they used for imperialism was religion. So I think that's what we're kind of talking about here is the fact that religion is being used for that domination. So at its inception, and I think Hannibal was trying to kind of touch on that, is at its inception, especially for us as people, as African people, at its inception, it was used to dominate, it was used as corruption, it was used as violence. So how do we right, for lack of a better word, rationalize that, or how are we able to say that that is something that we can hold on to when we know that at its inception that's what it was used as?
You know what it reminds me of, Ma? It reminds me of when you discovered that like your child or your brother or somebody in your family got some scallywag in them or some scoundrel in them. You know, like you want to still love them. You know, you got to still love them, but you have to reconcile yourself to the fact that they did some bull crap. So, you know, religion gave people like Martin Luther King Jr. inspiration and a source of energy and power and motivation and direction. Same thing with Malcolm X, same thing with many other of our great leaders. But at the same time, the same religious systems that they drew from were the same religious systems at the root of the papal bull that said, if they're not white, they're not humans, and you can put them in chains. Like, you know, so what I'm trying to draw a parallel between is you can't, you can take a thing and you have to reconcile yourselves to the good and the bad of that thing. Yes, religion gives some people moral compass. Yes, it gives some people motivation to do their work, but it is also been a tool historically for imperialism, for the exploitation of people, and you can't ignore that. You know, you have to reconcile yourself to that fact.
Well, I think the one thing to the point about imperialism, I think people often don't understand how imperialism unfolds as a historical process. So people don't always understand how the missionaries, first they send the mercenaries, then they send the missionaries, and then they send the merchants, right? That's normally how that goes. So the thing is, normally when we think of religion, we think of the nation that is that religious force. It's a Christian nation. So, you know, so we think of that. So the thing is, a lot of the time, the religious system that a given nation had would be almost the parameter or the container of that nation's economy. You would trade with people who had the same religion as you. So the thing is, if you could bring people into your faith system or into your language, rather, that's why missionaries are talking about trying to get people into languages, then they can expand the trade routes of their empire, because that's what empires are. Empires are about controlling trade. So they had to Christianize African people in order for African people to become part of the economy of European empires, because otherwise they would not, you know, they'd operate in an independent economy that they control for themselves. But, you know, but Islam.
So let me ask you, why didn't they do that with, because Britain didn't do that with the Chinese?
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
What do you mean? Like they didn't convert the Chinese?
I mean, they didn't try as hard as they did with the Africans.
Well, well, and when you look
they still opened up trade routes with them.
Well, yeah. So the thing is, what you're looking at is the difference in European imperialism in Africa versus in Asia, where in maybe India, the British ruled by proxy, where in some of the African colonies, they had a
colonialism.
more direct form of colonialism. So the thing is, the proximity of European settlers to the African natives was, you know, the racial tension between European settlers and African natives would be intensified if you were living in close proximity, versus where you're dealing on a diplomatic level with colonialism by the British trying to control India by proxy. So the same thing with China, where China, they controlled their own empire in that part of the world for a couple centuries, couple thousand years, where by the time the British and Dutch and Portuguese merchants are making it to that side of the planet, the Chinese are looking at them like they're already superior to everybody. So basically the British are basically looking for a foothold in a place that they cannot completely control, which is what the Opium Wars was about. They started the drug trade in China so that they can forcibly make China open its trade routes to European traders. So the thing is, when we look at what Europeans are actually doing, is if you're not participating in their global market, you know, their globalist international market that they've created for themselves, then what they do is they have to force you to open your trade ports. So normally the way they force you to open your trade ports and get support from the population of people there is by converting them to your religion. So if you have Chinese Christians, or you have Chinese with Western European values, they'll be more likely to conduct themselves in affairs and business and trade with people from European powers. Same thing with Islam and Arabs, same thing with any religion and any cultural group. I mean, that's normally how you interface between different groups. You try to convert them. If they're not part of your religion, then normally it would be because you'd be at war with those people, or that would be where your border is.
Because I think that's interesting because, you know, like the Ottoman Empire encompassed maybe half of India and including Rome, but there wasn't a lot of religious conversion in that type of scenario in terms of imperialism. So I think that I understand where you guys coming from. I think you answered it in terms of colonialism.
Yeah, I mean, the Ottomans had their religious episodes. I mean, there's many sultans in North Africa and Sudan and such that were controlled by the Ottomans at different points. But that's what I mean. It's like no matter what people we're talking about, the substance of your worldview, your spiritual system, your religion, that's gonna govern the rest of your nation, your empire.
Now, let me say this. You know, the thing that you know, I try to wrap my mind around is, you know, religion was built around the Bible, right? And they use that as a tool to enslave people, to enslave the world with Christianity. Now we're at a time when we can open up the book and read it ourselves and understand that the people in this book are people of color. They're not white people. We were told that they were white people. We were told that the image of Christ, which is Caesar Borgias, is what Jesus looks like, but it's not. We were told that the Jews were white, but how can the Egyptian make a mistake and think a Jew was his grandson if he's not the same color? So our problem, I think, is that, you know, exactly what Bro said and Hannibal alluded to earlier. You know, we get caught up in this security blanket of religion and not opening up the book and reading it ourselves, not going into the history and looking at it for ourselves to understand, to get some type of clarity. Does religion give you some type of morality direction? Sure, it does. But as you get older and you get wiser, the way we, you know, when we were 5 years old and we looked at 1 times 1, you know, we thought that the earth was going to end 1 + 1. But as we get older, we start to see that the 15-year-old you looks back at the 10-year-old you and say the things that I learned at 10 was nothing. So as we start to get older, we start to get wiser, we start to say, okay, let me start to look, like Cannibal said, right? Self-introspection. We start to look at ourselves. We start to read. We start to open up books. We start to search for that truth. We don't get lazy and say what we were taught is what it is. It's not the truth, right? We were 3/4 of a man or 3/5 of a man, according to the Constitution. So let me see this book that they wave, that they make me swear on, but yet pull out a state penal code and judge me on. Let me read this book and gain clarity to it. And a lot of us don't do it. And I don't understand how a lot of us will say it's a white man's book when they speak only about people of color. They speak about Solomon saying, I'm black but comely. Christ's feet was bronze as if it burned in a furnace. So Moses being dark-skinned. So I don't understand why we as a people don't open up this book that we're so encompassed in religion, especially Christianity, that we don't open up this book and read it. Because religion has given this book such a bad name. Such a bad name, such a bad taste to your mouth. Open it up. Stop being lazy. A lot of it comes from being lazy. A lot of it comes from not wanting to search for the truth. If there was a pair of Pradas that you needed to go find, you're going to find out where it's at. So if truth is in your heart and truth is what you're about, then you should go out there and find the truth. Open up the book and read it. Because you'll find out that the book don't speak nothing about religion. So what they did was they tell you not to read, especially here in slavery when we got here. If you were caught reading, they would kill you. If you were caught writing, they'd cut your hands off or whatever the situation. We couldn't even congregate where some might be able to read and teach. Why? Why is that? So, when you look at the Hebrew, where it would say black, it would say Kadar. Kadar means dark. They called the 12 disciples, 2 of the 12 disciples, Niga, which means dark. It means black. So for a book that's wrapped around white people, where everyone is saying it's white, sure talks a lot about black people. So my thing would be is open up the book and read it yourself, man. Get out of religion. Get out of religion and read it yourself.
And one second, Matt, I'm sorry. I agree. Like when you read about Jesus's birth, right? He had to escape to Egypt, right? Now, if you think about it, we all know that Egypt has been fighting with sub-Saharan people. So why would the Son of God have to escape to a place that is fighting literally directly with sub-Saharan Africans, right? Or Chad, right? That lets you know that these people are great. These people are people of color dealing with issues. So when you stop thinking, if you don't think it, I'm sorry. I see the thing glitch. But if you don't think of it in the lens of, hey, white people did this to us and white people indoctrinated us, if you actually, like Bolo said, pick it up, read it, and start making interpretations, and then you start reading about the people, like even when I read about Moses, he had an Ethiopian wife,
Zipporah.
Yeah. So it's not about, a lot of times it's not necessarily about I hate white folks and what they did to us. It's about understanding, okay, what was given to us, and then learning how to deal with faith from that standpoint.
So can I respond?
Can we let Ma go? This is her show. We've been talking over her for 10 minutes.
This is our show, Bob. Come on.
So speaking to what Bolo is saying and what you're saying, E-Black, if that's the case, where do you think the knowledge, or what you perceive the knowledge to be in the Bible, where does that come from? Who put that in the Bible? Who put this book together?
Well, like I said, it goes back to homeostasis, but if effectively, like I said, if you read in the Bible, you're going to see a lot of African people, colored people. You're going to see a journey of people. However we got to it, it's not really, like right now, I can't worry about that. Right now, I'm worried about ensuring that my salvation is good. So I understand the sentiment that I should worry about whether the Dead Scrolls were written by Africans or stuff like that. I can't worry about that. Right now, I'm worried about whether this religion that I follow, is it keeping me in a good space? Is it keeping me from stealing? Is it keeping me from alcoholism? Am I at peace as a human being?
Okay. I'm gonna get to that, E-Black.
I'll try to answer.
So before we go, Bolo, could you answer that for me?
Yeah. We're looking at, you have some, Constantinople, had his own version. King James has his version. All these different versions was written, right? The one that, that sticks out is the King James 1611 that says, translated from the original tongues. So if we don't read Hebrew and Greek, it doesn't make no sense for me to give you a Hebrew and Greek book, right? But there are apps that can help you, whatever. So when we look at King James, I believe he had 13 scholars from Oxford and 23 scholars from I forget the other college. It's another college that translated from Hebrew and Greek to what we now know as Old Quaker English to what we now speak, the New English. So that's where it came from. But here's the thing that I throw at people when they say that it was a bunch of white men that translated the book or whatever. If they translated the book, they sure did a bad job of whitewashing it. They sure did a bad job of it. If the book was written or translated by white men to propagate white men and white supremacy, which they use religion to push white supremacy because they kept us from reading the book. Like Bro said, they sent the missionaries taught the people, the indigenous people, or whatever the situation might be. They did a bad job because when you read the book, it speaks about nothing but of people of color.
But
yeah, the only thing I wanted to
Well, I hope I answered your question. If I didn't,
say to that is don't, and you can tell me if you agree with this or not, don't we have African texts? Don't we have our own African spiritual systems that speak to that? Why not go to that? Why not go to, I don't know if you believe that the Bible takes from our African systems, but if you do, then why not go to the source instead of going to a copy of the copy of the copy?
I don't believe that the Bible takes from the African source. If I did believe that, then you would be absolutely correct. Okay. Why would I deal with something that's not the original? I would go to the original. Absolutely correct. Absolutely.
So Bolo, you don't know that the 10 Commandments came from the 42 negative confessions of Ma'at?
And how would you prove that to me, Hannibal?
I bet you know that better than I do. Am I right? Am I right, Ma'at?
So I would say to you, Hannibal, I would say to you that was taken from the Bible. There's no book that starts in the beginning.
Look. No book that okay, so let me tell you my source. Bolo.
Please.
Because I know you like sources. Dr. John Henrik Clarke told me that. And he knows more than the both of us.
Okay. Well, listen, what I will do is I'll research Dr. John Henrik Clarke. And then the next panel that you and I are on, I'll tell you either you're right or you're wrong.
Sure, you're right. And quick question for you, Bolo. Are you a Christian?
I am not.
You're not a Christian.
No.
You're not a Christian. You're not religious, but you be studying the Bible.
Yes.
And I'm not trying to antagonize you, but if you're not a Christian and you're not religious, then why do you be in the Bible so much?
Because the Bible is the true word of God. Religion was built around man, and Christ never said, when I die, start the religion Christianity. You can't find that in the book. Christianity is man's interpretation of what they thought Christ was pushing. That's not what Christ pushed. Christ came to push inclusion. Christ came to push love, patience. He came to push a relationship with the Most High. He didn't come to push laws and statutes and commandments. Those are branches of what the root was supposed to be, or what it is supposed to be. So when we talk about Christianity, you can't find the construct of that religion in the book. You can't find religion in the book. So when you ask me, why do I study it? Why do I push it? Why do I believe it? Because the Bible was never a book of religion, and it was never a book of Christianity. It was a book of a relationship that you can have with our living God. That's what it is. Now, because man wanted to take over, man wanted to push control. Even when you look at the book of Eli, look what the dude said. There was a book that people would follow, and people would do such and such, and people would do this. And the words were so dynamic that it captivated people. That's the book that man wants. Why? Because it pierces into your soul. It pierces into your spirit, especially with the wisdom that you eloquently said. So man used that. But the greatest weapon that man did was keep you from reading the book and understanding what's in it your damn self, so you can sit there and say, hold on, what they're teaching me is wrong. It's wrong. So when you talk about the Christian continent of America, what they stand on is off. How do I know? Because I read the book. So I can tell you that.
So, Bolo, okay. So when it comes to, and I saw someone ask it in the question. So when it comes to the African spiritual systems or the African, the sacred sciences, is there any part of that that you do believe? Do you believe in sacred science? What do you feel about the African spiritual systems?
What I'm going to say to you is truth. Everyone pulls from truth. Every religion, every guru, they all pull from truth. Are there some truths to the African spirituality? Yes, there is. Is there a foundation in morality? Yes, there is. Absolutely. Absolutely. All religions have that. And I don't jack religion, but all religions have a foundation of some type of truth, like Hannibal said. There's good to it, and then you have to look at the other side. There's bad to it. Where does it pull from? Now, again, I will do the math on what he said about Dr. I forgot the name of the man. Please,
Claude Anderson.
I'll write it in the private chat.
Thank you. I'll do the math on it, and then I'll come back and I'll say, brother, you was either right or you were wrong.
Can I answer? Can I get?
I believe that all of them have some type of foundational of truth and have a foundational of understanding in it, of course.
Oh, Henry Clark. Sorry.
Yeah, John Henry Clark. And,
thank you for that, Hannibal.
And
no problem.
And what I kind of want to say to that, because Hanifa touched on it. So if you believe in Moses, so if you believe in Moses and you believe that he was raised in Egypt, aka Kemet, then you would, and you understand that these principles are written on the walls, and then you look and you analyze the 42 principles of Ma'at with the 10 commandments. You could see where they pull from these, and you could even say that because he was raised in Kemet, that he probably was raised with these principles, and so therefore he was able to give those pull from these and create those commandments. If you want to
go down that route. So then when he went out on the mountain, he stood up there with some bricks and some a chisel. And he chiseled out the 10 commandments from what he understood from the 42, right? So, like I said, the creator inspires us all, right? We have 5 intelligent men and women on this panel, and the creator inspires us all. He flows through us all. So could he have flown some of his love and understanding through the Egyptian people, because Egypt was an empire? Egypt was no joke, right? Could he? Of course he could have. Of course he does. Of course he does. He flows his understanding and truth through all peoples, right?
Well,
I'm sorry.
Well, and I want to jump in here because I was gonna say I think this is one of the reasons that I've approached my study of the origin of many of these religions in the way that I have, because I think a lot of the time when people deal with religion, they don't always deal with the overlapping histories that instruct, what events are being depicted or portrayed within these texts or these scriptures, right? So like when we're thinking about the 42 declarations or anti-confessions of Ma'at, and we're also talking about the 10 commandments, the thing is, I prefaced my point about many of the people of Western Asia conquering North Africa because of their longstanding resentment from African dominion in Western Asia. So there's a book that that a German Egyptologist wrote that Dr. John Henry Clark recommended. It's called When Egypt Ruled the East. And basically he talks about when the people of Kemet ruled Western Asia. So the thing is, if the 42 declarations of Ma'at serve as the ethical principles and somewhat of the, I guess you can call it the governing, kind of like the Bill of Rights. I don't want to say that, but it's in that vein. I don't want to say they're equal, but the point I'm making is with the imposition of that in Western Asia, where those people are from, And when those people actually do come into Lower Kemet, which is now called Egypt, I mean, Egypt or Egyptos is the Greek word. So I call it Kemet because Kemet is what African people called their own land when they ruled their own land. So the thing is, the way I see it is that the idea of Moses and having the 10 commandments and the 42 declarations of Ma'at, to me, is just, you know, when he left one land and he led a group of people out of Kemet into Western Asia, he simplified the information that he had, or so on his fingertips. That's why it's 10. So I mean that was the way I came to understand that. I've read that from a couple different people, maybe John Jackson, Yosef Ben Yakinen, Asa Hilliard writes about this. Many of the Afrocentric, African-centered writers write about this because it's a reinterpretation of the way we understand our past in African history and the interrelations between African civilizations and other world civilizations in Europe and Asia. So when we know that actual history, then the Bible just becomes one text of many. So yeah, please read the Bible, but read other texts too, you know, because what tends to happen is people read the Bible as though it's infallible without realizing that the Bible represents one perspective, coming from the perspective of a given group of people. So we don't always get to see what the African side of the story actually is. So when we think of Moses, he was an African. His name tells you he's an African because there's a million other Africans that have the same name. You know, Jehuti Mes, the Greek name Tutmos, or Amos, or Kamos. You know, we can keep going through, or, you know, the many different people with the name born of a particular divinity. So Amos is born of Ea, the moon divinity, as to where Tutmos is born of Jehuti, or born of Thoth. So it's the same thing. It's just the people who feel that they defected from the Pharaoh, they removed the divinity from their savior's name. So now you just have Moses. You don't have his whole name. So I mean, I think when we begin to unpack what the culture of the Africans in the Nile Valley is, and also when we unpack what the culture of the people of ancient Israel or Canaan, what their culture is, we begin to see what's distinct about these two groups and what manifests in their scripture and their text. You know, I see the Bible as something that developed very much later on with Constantinople, but you know, Judaism developed completely outside of Africa, from my understanding. I just don't see how it's directly related. I see the relationship between Christianity and the Abrahamic religions of the ancient world in the Nile Valley in the same way I would see Catholicism in Haiti. I think, you know, I mean, we can see how the African deities or the Netaru are manifested in Kemet, but then when we look at how they're manifested as Roman saints, you know, I mean, it's the same thing when you look at Haiti and you look at the Loas, or you look at the Orishas, and you look at how the white people tried to whiteface our divinities in those contexts. So I think when we unpack religion within its historical context, or with documentation that demonstrates what actually happened in our past, I think we can get around a lot of the, you know, arguing about things that are not. You know, I mean, when things are demonstrable, it makes it easy to decide what's true and what's not.
Bro, let me ask you a question.
Hold on, Bolo, can I add one thing? I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead, brother.
I totally agree, you know, and let's not forget, like you guys said, Kemet was considered Egypt, right? But Kemet, yeah. but remember that the Nile River, there was no capital for it. Could be at the base of the delta, or it could be as far as the south as, you know, dang near. Yeah, but I mean, but they switched. They would switch. The capitals would switch.
Well, over long periods of time, because the thing is, they had an empire that existed for many centuries and spanned many different familial dynasties. So the thing is, the power capital would maybe transfer when the nation was invaded by foreign nations, but they still had capital cities. So I mean,
my point of saying that is that the further south you go, the blacker it gets.
Well, I mean, but it was black in Lower Kemet, which is by the delta part of the Nile in the ancient world. But the first people to really start to whiten and start to control that part of the world are the Hyksos are the first. I guess we can call them mixed people to start to create dissension in African civilization, and then ultimately you get the Greeks. And I didn't even talk about the Assyrians and Persians, but like, so when we start to know who these different civilizations are in relationship to African nations and African societies, then the question becomes, what's the distinction? What's different? What's fundamentally different between their religion and our spiritual system? What did they take and what did they leave?
So let me ask you a question. Would you connect religion to the Bible?
I think the Bible is one religious text.
So you believe it's religious. So it's based on religion. That's what you believe.
Absolutely. The Bible, it's a political and religious text.
Okay.
It's also like it also has like allegory and mythology and proverbs and wisdom and Leviticus. There's a lot in the Bible. It's the codification of a society in parts of in the Bible. But I guess for me,
it speaks on history too.
It does.
So it's not just a book that's allegorical and a book that we read to our children at night about morality. It's also a historical document.
Yeah, but whose history? And that's my point.
Well, it's the history of the Hebrews, which is people of color.
Well, yeah, but I'm not interested in being a person of color. I'm concerned with being
black.
African.
Is black better?
No, African is better.
Okay, cool. So but here's my thing when I say people of color, because it really, I guess it bothers people when I say people of color, and it's okay. The thing is, there's nobody black. There's 48 different shades of brown.
People of color also operates under the assumption people start from being white as normal.
I got you, but white is pink, right? They're not white. They're pink. They show forth the color of their blood. So what I'm trying to say is when we get caught up into the color of black and into the color of white, with 48 different shades of brown, there's not 48 different shades of black. Black is black. So for the sake of the conversation, we'll say black. But I've never seen a black person. I've never seen a black person in my life. I've seen close to it, but I've never seen a black person in my life. Neither have I ever seen a white person in my life. I've seen close to it, but I've never seen a white person in my life. So that's like
let me make a point about black real quick, and this goes to Kemet. The thing is, when African people called their land Kemet and they called the land of black people Kemet, it's very different than when the Greeks and the Romans start to refer to the land of black people as the land of burnt faces, Egyptos. So you get the word black even in the ancient world. You get this idea that we are black. So black is a word that comes from people who are not African people. It comes from Europeans, so Eurocentric, or it's an identity that comes from without. It tells you how you look, but it doesn't tell you who you are. Same thing with the Arabs when they conquer part of North Africa and they start talking about Sudan. Sudan means the black land. It means them over there. It doesn't. So that's what I mean. So when we think about black, we self-identify. We should be self-determining people,
I understand. Can I jump in for a second, please?
Sure, yeah, just gonna let Hanifa speak.
Pretty please. Yeah. I'm gonna tag it. I'm gonna toss it right to her as soon as I get done. What is wild? What is wild? And I say this with love. I say this with love and the desire for excellence. What's wild is that in 90 minutes, we've managed to exhibit and display a lot of the division and factionalism that holds black folks back from getting shit done. Yeah. We can't agree on what we're going to call ourselves. We can't agree about what the religious system we're all supposed to be following is. And then those two things end up stopping us from getting together and getting a lot of work done. Isn't that crazy?
Well, consciousness precedes unity, and that's why, you know.
You're 100%. You're 100% right. You're 100% right.
I will say this. I will say this, and then I'm gonna toss it to Hanifa. When I think about religion and spirituality, there are two things that jump out at me that I think are glaring. One of the things is this: human beings was around a lot longer than the Judeo-Christian tradition. We were connecting to a higher power, which to me is the essence of spirituality. We were connecting to the higher power well before these books, the Quran, the Talmud, the Bible, the Torah. We connected to the higher power well before those books were put into our hands. We had a connection to the higher power, and we lose that and we disrespect our ancestors when we pretend like we can't connect to the higher power in the absence of those three books and those three religious systems. I just want to put that out there because it's important to mention out of respect for our elders and our ancestors and where we all came from. What do you think about that, Hanifa?
Peace to the panel. Peace, Ma'at, for holding space for this conversation. Bolo, respect. Mo, respect. Hannibal, respect to you. E Black, respect to you. I'm glad that Hannibal said that, because it's exactly what I was coming up to say. I was going to say, to answer the question of the night, which is the topic, which one is better or which one is good for the community? I think once you get into religion, what happens is everyone is trying to convince each other that their religion is right, and also why your religion is wrong. And so it's hard for us to work as a collective if you, how can I say it? If you see me as less righteous, if you see me as different from you solely because we practice different religions. From what I've understood, I was a Christian all of my 20s. So here's what I'm going to say as far as, and I don't argue with Christians, I just do not. Because I understand that when I was a Christian, no one could argue with me. I know what that's like. I know what it's like to stand firm in your belief, and it's hard for anyone to help you see things differently. I think the difference between me and a lot of the women that I were around when I was in my 20s is that I was not raised in the church. A lot of them were pew babies, right? I didn't come from Christianity. If you look at my name, you can tell that I clearly have some one of the Abrahamic religions, which is Islam, in my history. And then there's some African spirituality, right? So I have a whole mixture. So the reason why it was easier for me to leave the church was because of that. I didn't have a lot of the history that a lot of my friends in the church had. I just didn't. You know, my aunt wasn't the deacon, and I just didn't have that. So once I started to search and research, it was a little bit easier for me to part ways with it. Here's what I'm going to say, though. One of the issues I do see with Christianity that allows the people to be very narrow-minded and not open is just the foundation of there is only one way to God. That alone does it, right? We don't even understand how believe in that, right? What it does to our thinking and the way that we interact with our brothers and sisters. Because if you think that your way, Jesus Christ of Nazareth, is the only way for me to connect to my source, that leaves a lot of people out, a whole ton of people. I think of the proverb, and I don't know, you guys could correct me. Some of you guys are way more learned in certain things. I don't know if it's an African proverb, but it's the one that talks about the elephant. And when you have people that were describing different parts of the elephant, but it was still the elephant that they was describing. So you had one person describing the feet, the other the ear, the other the trunk, right? So then they're arguing about, no, elephant is, they start to describe the trunk only. And then someone says, no, this is what an elephant is. They describe the leg only. Were they wrong? No, they all were right. They all had parts of the truth. That's very important. The last thing I'm going to say too is when we talk about the Bible, and I'm a little rusty because I haven't studied in a while. I wasn't just a Christian. I was a very studious Christian. I didn't just go to church and sit there and nod my head and listen to what the pastor said. I was a seeker. I just want to say I also was a Rastafarian. I was a Rastafarian before I became a Christian. So that was an easy segue into the Bible for me, because Rastafarians are very much students of the Old Testament in particular. Okay. And so, but also that's how I was introduced to Black consciousness as well. So I had that whole duality happening within me already, right? But when we talk about the Bible and the Old Testament, and we talk about Abraham, we talk about Judaism, right? And all of that, we have to go back to Abraham. I always ask, do we know who Melchizedek is in the Bible?
You're asking us?
Yeah, I'm just saying, do we know who he was, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
do
we know who Melchizedek was?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, Melchizedek.
Melchizedek.
Okay.
Go ahead, Don.
Okay, so Melchizedek approached Abraham. Am I correct? Yeah, help me out. I'm a little rusty.
Go ahead.
Okay, so this was before there was even such a thing as Judah, correct? Before there was such a thing as the 12 tribes of Israel. And I like to say the 13 tribes because I'm sick and tired. I just don't like the fact that they leave Dinah out. But that's a conversation for another day. What I'm saying
is, you talking about the tribe of Dan?
Huh?
You said the tribe of Dan that they leave out?
No. Okay, because if it's a male bloodline, I just say that there were actually 13 children, right? I said Dinah. So, but that's a conversation for another day. Yeah, that's a conversation for another day. But I was referencing Melchizedek because Melchizedek came, he blessed Abraham. He was connected to source. He was, when you read the Bible. So this idea that no one else can be connected to source but through Jesus Christ is creating a problem. It's creating a problem. And this is what I think I think I heard E-Block, I think Hannibal, everyone is saying our ancestors, and when I say ancestors, I'm going further back than slavery, okay, were connected to source before there was such a thing as Christ. Okay, 1 minute.
Let me say this to you.
Wait, Bolo, give me one. I'm just going to land.
You're not stopping, Hanifa.
No, I'm about to end. I'm just passing through because I was really listening. But I'm just saying, and I'm saying this as someone that used to be a Christian, a part of why the community, like, I feel like our community, if we could say, okay, let's do this and take religion off the table, not saying that you don't practice it, because I think there's a place for religion. I don't need religion. It doesn't mean that my aunt don't need it, right? I don't necessarily need, and I say a crutch, or I don't need someone telling me, or a mediator between me and my source. I do not need that. But it doesn't mean that other people don't. So I think religion has its place. The issue with us as Black people is that we want to lead with religion. And I think that's the problem, because we all have different beliefs and different ways that we connect with source. And if we lead with that, we ain't going nowhere, because we're going to be sitting there at the shore debating whose way is best, whose God is superior, whose God is more powerful, what's the right name for God, what should we call God by, right? While the enemy slaughtering us. That's where I have an issue. And I only use Christianity because I used to be a Christian, and I understand. Once you subscribe to that way of thinking, there's only one way to connect to source. There's only one way. You do not understand how narrow your thinking becomes just in general and connecting with your brothers and sisters. I know, Paula, you're going to give me a whole ton of pushback, and that's fine.
I'm not going to do that. No.
The reason why I brought up Melchizedek was to just say to you guys, Melchizedek came. Abraham didn't bless him. He blessed Abraham. There was an order, right? A priesthood way before there was a tribe of Levi, which was the priesthood of the 12 tribes of Israel. Way before there was a Levi. Way before there were Levites, a priesthood existed. Aren't we curious about these things?
Yeah.
Aren't we curious about where these people came from? Because these people came before you even know there was such a thing as scripture, before there was a canonization of what you call the Bible today, before there was 66 books, before there was the Catholic Church, before there was a Pope, before there were denominations, before there was Christianity in general. These people existed and they were connected to source. So when we now come with ourselves and our silliness and our limited understanding of God, of nature, of the universe, of divinity, our very limited understanding of it, and we tell people you can't connect to source outside of Jesus, that is hubris, that is arrogance. And that's where I draw the line. That's where I have a problem. And I think that's where a lot of us are not able to connect with our brothers and sisters, because we have this very narrow way of thinking. My way is right. And if you don't follow my way, then me and you, we can't work together, even if it's towards our liberation. That's a problem.
Okay, Hanifa, may I just say one thing to you before you break
Sure,
out?
I'm done. Yeah. I'm listening. I'm listening, Bola, please. I'm listening.
A lot of the things you said I agree with, right? But when we're talking about Melchizedek, he's not who you thought he was. You know, and I don't want to go into it right now because it'll take us 4 hours to go into who Melchizedek was, because he came and he left just as quick as he came, just as quick as he disappeared, right? But I would love to connect with you and we can go into who Melchizedek was. There was a reason why Melchizedek came and defied the priesthood, right? That were the Levites, right? But now the Lord made all of the 12 tribes priests. But I would love to connect with you and go through who Melchizedek was. But the one thing I'm going to say, and the one thing that I'm going to stand on, I can connect with any brother. I can connect with any sister, right? As long as we're doing positive. Here's the thing that, you know, the line gets drawn, right? And call it bad, call it good, call it whatever you want. When we read the scriptures, right? And the Lord tells you that he is the truth, the way, the light. There's many ways to get to Christ. I'm not going to pick one way. I'm not going to say my way. I'm not going to say he black's way. There's many ways to get to him. But he's that.
You gotta go through him.
Yeah, word. Word. So again, that doesn't mean I can't have a conversation with you. It doesn't mean that we can't build. Doesn't mean that you and I can't break bread. But there's going to be a line crossed, because again, here's the thing. All of us can't be right. Somebody got to be wrong. Period. Everyone can't be right. Right? So whatever you stand on your square on it. Because as much as we want to say Christianity, Judaism, Islam, or whatever your religion might be, and again, I tell you, I don't jack religion, right? But whatever your source or whatever you believe that you are, be ready to die for that. Because ultimately, that's where it's going to lead. So if there is no God, or if God doesn't exist, it still doesn't change who I am as a man. It still doesn't change the color of my skin. It doesn't change how I connect with my people. It doesn't change what I do for my people and how I uplift my people. It doesn't change that, right? I continue to do this regardless. But if there is a God and there is a Christ, a lot of people are in trouble. So the point that I'm just ending it with, and I'll turn it over back to Ma'at because this is her platform, is make sure you do your research to make sure that what you stand on isn't sand. It's a firm foundation.
Ma'at, I'm sorry, Iblak, I'm gonna go. Bolo, I completely I don't disagree with you. I disagree with you on one thing.
I need you to email me, please.
Okay, no. I'm not even going back and forth. I was just gonna say one thing you said though. I actually think that all of us can be right. Why do I say that? Because I gave the proverb with the elephant. Most of us, we only know the truth in part, to be honest. So you could actually be right in what you're saying, but it's partially right. And I could be right in what I'm saying partially. So when you say somebody got to be wrong, I don't know about that. I just feel like we all are coming with parts of the truth, and not the whole truth. But that's all I wanted to say to them.
The part that I'll stand on, because you're absolutely right. We learn in part and we prophesy in part until that which is perfect comes. You're absolutely correct on that. The part that that we stand different on is the way to God is through Christ. That's the part. So as far as me having a part of it, Hannibal having a part of it, bro having a part of it, hell yeah, it could happen that way. And that's how we come together and form Voltron, right? But at the end of the day, the way to a creator on what the Bible says that I jack is through Christ.
You a whole Christian, bro. You is a whole Christian. I'm not saying that to be. I'm not saying that to be. I'm not.
I know you're not.
I'm not trying to be argumentative, but that is Christian doctrine.
Yeah, but that's Christian. That's Christianity built around the Bible, my G. That's the point that I'm trying to make to you. It's hard.
But why is the Bible compulsory for Black people or African people?
I've been trying to get to this point, y'all.
Okay, so go ahead, E-Block, if you want to answer.
Okay. We talked about bye, Hanifa, if you're leaving. Okay. All right. The whole point we talked. The whole question was about African spirituality, right, and connection with religion, right? So we talked about ancient commit. Can we bring it to America? Can we talk about how we melded African spirituality and the American Bible and African American culture? That's why we have an AME church, right? Are we all agreeing with it?
Yeah, so you can find, so we're calling these things different names, but if
I wouldn't say the spiritual system and the AME church are the same thing. They both.
Yeah,
I would disagree, but can we agree on the premise that AME church is essentially an extension of spirituality from?
So you're talking about the African spirituality, the way that we express ourselves. That's basically what you're saying, like the way that we express ourselves. You can find that across, not just AME, you're going to find that in Baptist churches, Kojic churches, all different kind of churches. Yeah.
Yes. And the reason why I say that is because if you really look at, I want everybody just to do some research, just to do a little bit of research on Denmark Vesey. He's from South. Look at him. He used the Old Testament. He said Africans responded to the Old Testament. They understood because of their spirituality and because how we understood how we related to nature, how we were going to connect through the Bible, right? So that's why we have AME churches, and that's why throughout my great grandmother's father or grandfather started an African American church. It is to this day there. The plaque is there. I understand that lineage. I understand seeing my family's lineage from South Carolina on a census board, making the trip through Georgia, waiting for Tennessee to be the first state of the union, to then, when Tennessee became the first state of the union to abolish armies of the Confederacy, abolish slavery, they jumped the state line, and they settled in Tennessee. So when you understand how Africans actually melded spirituality with the Bible and the church and the religion, then you start getting a bigger picture. You start seeing how you can now look at, like Bolo was saying, looking at the Bible and understanding what was being done, or why we jump up and we hoop and we holler and we have praise. It's because we didn't have our God's names, but we understood the journey of the past that brought us here. And we understood that these Africans were spiritual in nature. These people are not dumb, but they understood that this is all they had. This is the only thing that they had. They would be killed if they did another religion. So they hid their religion within this religion.
Okay.
And it wasn't done blindly and ignorantly. It was done with grace.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
so sometimes, like, go ahead.
Like to the Denmark Vesey example, what about a personality like Gullah Jack, who was there alongside Denmark Vesey, who practiced conjure and root work?
Mm-hmm.
So the thing is, a lot of the sorry, my neighbors.
They need some religion.
Yeah, y'all can go ahead. Y'all can go ahead and talk.
But you're right. Everybody doesn't like. But to go back to what he's about to allude to, yes, everybody wasn't on the same page. But we can see why we're in the state we're at. Why we can see why the African American church. That's because we talked about Africa and the religion there. But let's talk about the American religion and why we as Black Christians, and that's why I'm a Black Christian and so connected to it, and why I can find spirituality through that religion.
Okay, so I can't separate myself from Africa. Like
I'm not separating myself.
But you said Americanized. So you said we got to look at it from the American point of view, right? Is that what?
Yes.
Okay. So to me, to look at something through American lenses is separating me from my Africanness. So, and I'll ask you the same question I asked Bolo. So if that's the case, then why not go to the source? If you agree that a lot of what you do today comes from African spirituality, why not go to the source of it, which is those African spiritual systems?
Well, the reason why is because spirituality is also an extension of feeling, an extension of comfortability. I can't sit here and open up and feel that I can open up a Quran and feel spiritual through that. I can't go and open up a Hindu book. I can't go to different places. Even if you were to show me right now a place where my people was from, if I do not feel connected through that, then I cannot use that as a tool to get through my spirituality. It's a relationship. So my tool that I'm using is through the relationship that I feel comfortable with right now.
So that's the Bible.
Yes.
So you're more comfortable with the Bible than you would be with African text.
I would not put myself into a position to where I would not be able to truly connect with spirituality. I would feel that my hindrance of connecting in a different way would limit my spirituality.
I got a question for you, E Black, if it's okay, with your blessing, Ma'at.
No, go ahead.
So, E Black, you're a Christian, and I respect and appreciate your personal stance. You know that I am not a Christian. Let's say that I had a committee, some kind of altruistic endeavor that I thought you'd be a good fit for. Would you work on my committee, all things being considered equal, even though you know I don't believe that Jesus is and all that stuff? Would you still work with me? Or
yeah,
would you say, I can't work with this guy?
I would work with you, but there would be certain things that, of course, I would have to limit. I would have to limit you, of course, from giving my children advice. I would have to limit myself from getting spiritual advice from you. I would have to, of course, cut off certain things that, knowing that you're an atheist or a non-believer, that, okay, hey, we're going to have to keep this business.
That's a huge one, because if you're saying we're going to build community and we're going to build, we would need to be around each other and around our children. You're saying that you would not trust me to give your children good advice because I don't believe in Jesus, right?
Okay, you guys pigeonhole me. No, it's not the same thing. You guys, what I am saying is that what I am saying is that, look, if we're talking about community building, yes, I can work with you. But if I was to say, hey, go listen to Hannibal, he's going to tell you about your spirituality, I'd be like, Come here, little guy. You don't need to listen to Hannibal about that. He talks about other things good. My aunt, she's a nice lady, but I'm gonna keep my spirituality, my children away from those aspects. It's
So
fine. We
with,
can work together. We can do the free lunch program. We can clothe the homeless. We can do all the things. But in terms of spreading things into the spiritual world, there's some things I'm just not going
I
to do,
see, I see,
which is
and
fair.
so I understand. I think I understand your position better. I didn't ask the question to try to gotcha. You know, it wasn't supposed to be like that. The reason why I asked you that is because literally, I have observed on more than one occasion, people be like, "Oh, you burning sage and incense in here? You a goddamn witch! I can't be a part of all this."
Yeah.
And this is problematic. It's very problematic to say that you're not comfortable working with people who love your community just as much as you love your community because you don't understand that them burning sage is just them burning sage. Like, I've seen people rant and rave about how sage burning and incense and listening to certain megahertz while you meditate is all of the devil. And to me, that is such a problematic and pathological and counterproductive behavior.
Yeah.
And it's not rooted. It's not.
agree.
It's not even rooted in rational behavior, scientific behavior. Jesus wouldn't behave like that. Jesus wouldn't be exclusionary because somebody's burning incense, as far as I understand him. And that's my issue. My issue is you can evaluate anything by its fruit. So if the fruit of dogmatic following of a certain doctrine is division, then by proxy, the tree, the source, need to be examined.
Yeah, I agree.
So that brings to me. Oh, go ahead, Brother Mo.
I just wanted to say I think the reason religion becomes such a fundamental instrument of liberation or a conversation to have about liberation is because you have to talk about national liberation struggles of producing African nations that are functional. So the thing is, if the people who comprise the nation are African people, then you need some kind of gluon, some kind of spiritual substance that's going to intertangle the people, interlock the people in the strong way. And I think that's why when you look at African nations across the world now, many of them exist in states of neo-colonialism because the leaders are atheists, Christians, and Muslims. But you don't have any people who actually practice African spiritual traditions and leadership. I mean, I think the Haitian example becomes a testimony to what it looks like for an African nation to create itself, and then what happens when the leadership of that nation, the mixed leadership, remains Catholics and begins to repress the African spiritual system that enabled the African people to free themselves from slavery. So I think, I don't think there's any way for us to really deal with the ramifications of African leadership having African spiritual traditions, because ultimately the religion is going to tell you a lot about how you relate to the source of what it is that you believe. I mean, if we look at Israel right now, we look at Jerusalem, I can't even say it. You know what I'm talking about? If we look at them right now, then the thing is, those people are an extension of white supremacy. That's an outpost of Western imperialism in Israel right now. So the thing is, we look at the Democrats, the black people who are part of the Democratic Party, a lot of them are Zionists. So I mean, how can we get around? I understand Zionism is a religious philosophy. I mean, it's a political philosophy based on religious identification, I guess we can say. But the thing is, I don't think we can ever really separate the source. I think if you have Africans who are Christians, they will have attachments to Christian nations, to European Christian nations. If they are Muslims, they will seek relationships from Arab nations, from Arab Muslim nations. So the thing is, you have African people who think they're Buddhists or Confucius or something. They're gonna start connecting themselves to the source of that religion or philosophy. So if we want African people to consolidate on ourselves and be able to lead ourselves and produce nations and empires and functioning societies that are independent of other people, then we need to turn around and look at our own history and the source of our own traditions that we used to govern ourselves in the past. I mean, of course, these things are going to have to be adapted to the given environments that we exist within. But the problem is we keep trying to use other people's culture to govern ourselves, and we keep running into the contradictions of aligning ourselves with the source of our religion or our ideology. I mean, that's why they call it holy war. That's why they call it religious warfare. I mean, these people. I mean, that's literally what missionaries are. They're part of an army. They're scouts. So, I mean, are we going to be scouts for other nations, missionaries for other nations, or are we going to consolidate our own nations and build up our own, network of spiritual leaders that work in conjunction towards the same goal to create, African states? I mean, I think the religion question answers itself oftentimes. It's just a matter of, whether you want to engage with it or you just have your beliefs. I feel like the religion thing is kind of,
Can I go back to that last comment? Sorry, Matt.
What, this one? Oh no,
No,
sorry.
that's not a comment. No, the last comment before that. Where no, the one about heartbreaking. Okay, I never said that I would not allow my child or anybody to be or even myself to be a part of African spiritual system. What I said is that I do not know enough about it to make it my overwhelming spiritual system. You can't play with this stuff. This stuff is not to be played with. You can't just join a system and say, "Hey, I believe in you now." That's not nothing
that Christianity, though.
No, we don't.
I think most people don't know anything about it.
Well, that's not most people is not my problem. My problem is my salvation.
Okay.
I understand myself. So I understand that I can't just go to any West African country and say, "Hey, give me a religion," and now all of a sudden that's my God. That's what I'm saying, is that I don't trust or I don't feel as if I can do that, because I cannot sit here and replace my God with somebody else's God without having knowledge, without having history, without having without even being able to come back to my home state of Texas and say, "Hey, I need to reinforce this behavior."
Well, yeah, a lot of the time that's what people coming to consciousness is. They reconnect themselves with the history they've been disconnected from because they've been cut off. And normally the religion is part of that making of you into something new. So the coming to consciousness is reconnecting yourself with who your ancestors were before you have been alienated from who you are as an African person. And
I'm sorry. I just can't. I get it. I'm the most RBG black person you'll ever meet. Trust me on this. Trust me. I'm pretty down there, but I understand in terms of religion, I don't play with that stuff. You don't play with God.
Can I ask you a question?
I think the religion is how they've been able to do what they've been doing for how long they've been doing it.
Black, can I ask you a question? Again, I'm not coming at you. I'm asking you because I know you to be the only person on this panel who says explicitly that they are a Christian person. That's why I'm asking you. Okay. Do you find that in your own experience of activism or advocacy, if you were put in a position that might require you to break man's laws in order to effectuate a direct action, would you find would you be remiss? Would you be hesitant? Like, I don't know if I can participate in this because I know that the Bible teaches to observe man's laws, right?
Well, that's the thing. There are things that the Bible does say about doing things for righteousness. So there are laws that, like, even if you talk about how, you know, a law could be not to pray, I'm still gonna pray. So in that sense, what degree do we talk about how do we keep our faith and how do we keep morality? So I have free will to say, hey, you know, I'm not willing to shoot a brother. Is that what you're asking me? Is you telling me that because is it because for the cause I got to shoot a brother, but I'm Christian, so I'm not gonna do it? It's like, no, we're not going. We all understand what morality. I think in most cases we all know what morality is in any religion, in any space. These basic human nature stuff that we handle has nothing to do with Christianity. It has to do with just basic human decency. And show me other than maybe stoning somebody, show me what religion really wants you to go out killing people. No, I'm shit. I am probably.
I was gonna say you're probably a Protestant if you're not a Catholic.
No. I am Baptist, probably Methodist. If you.
Those are parts of Protestantism.
Yeah, that's
the reason I asked if you're
African medicine.
The reason I asked if you're a Protestant is because you went to the human theology thing, which to me is still Martin Luther. You know, like, so, like, the thing is, when you start to know these doctrines, then the thing is, you know how people can embrace themselves inside of them without recognizing their place inside of them, or whether these doctrines actually even come from the perspective of people trying to free themselves. I mean, I'm not big on Christianity, but I know the difference between the humanist arguments and the Black liberation theology arguments. So the thing is, you can tell when the thing is, a lot of the time people have been inculcated with European culture or these assumptions subconsciously. You can often tell when people take on the ethical values of European society through the religion without even them having to confess. They can confess without confessing. You know, I mean,
I think what you're trying to do. I think what you're trying to make it is you're trying to say that basically African culture has freer reign on killing people or doing unethical things.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
Okay, so why does it matter whether why does it matter that I say that I believe in human decency? You get what I'm saying? You're trying to use my morality to say you're trying to say that my morality is an effect of Christianity, but
you said that yourself.
That means that other religions don't have the same morality.
Yes, they don't.
Okay.
How can Christians?
That goes back.
Okay.
How can these Europeans do the most atrocious crimes on the history of the planet in the name of Christianity, and people still believe that Christianity is morally superior to all the other religions? It's hypocrisy. It's built.
I guess you don't know nothing about Zulu Nation.
What about?
I guess you don't understand how many people got killed in Zulu.
By who?
By Shaka Zulu and his nation.
Christians?
But you got to understand what I'm saying. They still believed in war. They still believed in religion. They still, like, you're transferring morality. Like I said, once again, you're trying to make the big bad boogeyman of Christianity and not understanding that other humans are just shit, bad people.
Good question. Name one genocide in the name of any African god or deity. Name one.
Ooh.
One.
Ooh, okay.
Name one.
Do we want to go Ghana or do we want to go Mali?
Let's see how far
He's
down
like,
the
you just said name one.
school you go.
I'm just saying, people been killing people for thousands of years, my guy.
Killing people and genocide are not the same.
They're not.
And that's what I'm saying. The thing is, nobody can ever give me a historical argument that tells me that African people, when we had our own culture, did more damage to ourselves than when we became Christians and Muslims and started going on genocides and jihads against each other based on alien and foreign religions. So the thing is, it's not even a historical argument. What it is it's a faith argument. It's conceptual incarceration. People, the thing is, people get boxed into the prism of other people's worldview and culture by way of the religion. That's what happens. People see history from the perspective of the people who they share a religion with. That's why people look at Egypt and African culture as idolatry and spooky and animism. The same things that white anthropologists say about us. They're the same things that missionaries say. So the thing is, you inherit those perspectives through the religion, through the worldview. But people don't want to be honest about the religion because they think it's FUBU, and they think it can be, I make my religion whatever I want it to be. You know, they don't want it to say, they don't want to attach it to the actual history of its source and the resistance that African people have to the religion based on different spiritual systems. People don't want to engage with history. They just want to engage with beliefs, you know? So it's like, you can't, how do you have the conversation on square terms with somebody if you can't even engage the past as the past occurred? I mean, people just have conjecture about human sacrifice and devil worship and all of the things that white people said to keep us from having a relationship with our ancestors, to stop them from enslaving us. You see, like they want us to
So Christianity is the only religion in the history of the world. Forget Genghis Khan, but Genghis Khan.
How many black people did he conquer?
Oh my God, you're moving the goalposts, man.
E-Black. Let me.
I'm talking about human morality. You guys
look, E-Black. No,
I'm talking about us. You're making a universalist
argument right now. I empathize with you right now, E-Black, because you are sitting in a singular position right now of being the only Christian up here, and so I feel I don't want you to feel attacked. Absolutely, I don't want you to feel attacked. You know, the thing is, right now, the people who are in charge, the dominant society, the face of the empire, just happens to reflect the face of Christianity. There was a time before they were in charge where it was something different. So we're just confronting the bosses who are in charge right now, who have done the most damage.
And then they became Christians. That
doesn't. No, Jewish people killed Christ. Jewish people killed Christ.
Yeah, under Roman imperialism.
Yeah, but I understand your point.
So what I'm saying is the same people who killed Jesus later take the religion for themselves to control other people.
To me, this highlights the problem with religion. Like, we all could agree that there is a power greater than us. Yeah, we all could agree.
Yeah,
we could absolutely stop there.
Listen, I agree.
We could stop right there and then just start getting on our black stuff and fix the community.
Okay,
man, that's I started my whole channel based on that thought. I wanted people to believe in a greater power than themselves. Can we at least start there? I never said y'all got to be Christians. I just said, hey, believe in the higher power. However you got there, and I brought on people like JT the Bigger Figure, who's a Muslim. I brought on people who don't even believe in God. I mean, religion organized. I brought on Christians. Can we start there? Can we start there? Can we start there? Thank you, Hannibal.
That's what we need.
And that's the point of this conversation. The point of this conversation is to try to bridge the gap. I think what happens, and a lot of what we speak from, because in my experience and I'll say especially with my family, it was like, okay, you believe this way now, So I'm not going to say they said, I don't want anything to do with you, but it was close to that, you know? So it's close to, you believe this way, so we think you're going to hell. You know, all of those things that you get. And that is that's a hard thing to deal with when you are trying to build with people.
That's
So,
bad fruit.
But you know what? When you have that, you're not dealing with a person that's reading the book. You're dealing with a person that's dealing with the religion, because Christ don't jack that, and no Christian on the planet can prove that. No Christian on the planet can prove that. And for bro, the Jews killed him, and the Pharisees and Sadducees had Christ killed, and they used the construct of the Roman Greco Empire to do it. But the point is, you're absolutely right. When you're dealing with Christianity, it's very judgmental. It's very, they really put you in a place where it's about condemnation and not about introspection and not about inclusion. You're absolutely right. That's the point of trying to get out of the construct of those that run this world, that push this thing that we're caught up into. Like Hannibal was saying, once we can identify what the issue is, once we can identify that they're using this to separate us, starting with the family, to the point where you just said that some people in your family were saying, we can't rock with you because of how you rock. That's not Christ. That's not the book. And that's the problem that we seem to run into when you're talking to Christians, or you're talking to Baptists, or you're talking to all these different sections of Christianity. They're not reading the book. They're not understanding the reason why Christ came. He didn't come to separate. He came to include. Right?
Include who?
Include all people.
See, I don't think we need to be inclusive of people who destroy our people.
Well, this is the
point. And I think that's the problem I have with Christianity and Islam.
Okay, well, again, cool. If that's what you have,
I mean, we be trying to organize with white people. Like that's the problem.
Here's the thing, bro. There's nothing on this earth that we're not going to do that's not going to include white people.
That's the problem. Religious people believe that.
Let me explain to you what I'm saying. There is no place you can go that's not white influenced, that their hand has not touched. There's no place on this earth that you can go to that their rule is not primary. There's no place you can go. If you buy yourself a piece of land in America, you're still going to be dealing with the white man's law. If you go to England, you're still dealing with an English white man. You go to China, at the end of the day, they still answer to the powers that be. There is no place you can go. Now, what we can do is have a community where we rock with each other and deal with each other and form that community in that village that we're trying to build right now, and that we're talking about inclusion. We can do that. But there's no place that you're not going to go that he has not touched.
A global minority. It's their world, and they're a global minority.
Cool. However you want to phrase it. However you want to phrase it. They run the earth. However you want to phrase it. White people run the earth. So there's no place you can go that they can't just come in there and say, yo, dude, this is what we doing. So either you're going to fight for what you have, or you're not, or you're just going to say, you know what, let's go someplace else and rebuild. Because right now, they have the power of the sword, my G. Us as a people, we can't hunt, we can't cook, we can't do none of these things as a people. As a minority, there might be a few sections that can do that, sure. But as a majority, we can't.
So we're dependent, hopelessly.
We're not hopeless. No, we can help each other and not see the state that our people are in. We can form constructs to help our people. We can form constructs to empower our people. But we have to understand we are under the rule. We're under their rule, my G. They run the earth. We are under
saying that
rule.
To say what?
What do you mean saying that to say what? There's no place. I'm saying that.
Brother Emo said, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounded like he said something to the effect of they don't have to be in our organizations, right?
Right.
Like we don't have to organize and collaborate with them. That's what I heard Brother Emo said. Then I heard you say they got to be involved.
No. Let's know what I'm saying to you. There's no way you're going to cut them out of the organization. So let's say
They managed to cut us out just fine.
Because they
How many white Pan-Africanists
they
do you know?
run the earth, bro. If you and I brought land, Hannibal, and we said this is what we're gonna do, it's only for black people, they can come into our land and call eminent domain and take it. There's nothing
that doesn't mean that's not a showstopper. Okay,
I didn't say it was. What I'm saying is I'm not saying that we stop forming constructs and forming situations for our people to progress and be better. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is to give a false narrative that the white man is not going to be involved. Where we might be paying taxes to him. We might have to answer to his rules and regulations outside. He may not have to be involved in our construct of whatever we're trying to create. If you're coming from that perspective, I'm 100% with you.
Brother, are you familiar with the history of African resistance in this country?
Yes, there's a lot of resistance.
Because a lot of what you're saying, when you're saying that white people must be a part of our organizations, to me,
you hear what I said? Did you hear what I said in the aspect of how they're going to be involved? I didn't say that they're going to be intricately. The aspect of if you're on their land, they have to be involved.
It's not their
they
land.
Have to pay taxes. Say it again.
It's not their land.
Whose land is it?
So this is my point about religion.
Whose land? Whose land is this?
The indigenous peoples of the
I understand.
Americas.
No, they took it from them.
So this is my point about religion. The doctrine of that white people felt entitled to the land is manifest destiny, is couched in Christianity.
But we're getting past that, bro. I'm past that.
Well, I want to
say
what I'm saying to you is we know they stole the land. They stole everything. We understand that. They stole Africa. We understand that they went into Europe. They did. We understand all of that. What I'm saying to you here in America, explain to me what business you're going to start that's not going to be dealing with the white man in some type of capacity. Or what construct you're going to build that's not going to deal with the powers that be on their land that they stole.
It don't matter. It don't matter, period. Your defeatist talk is not attractive. It doesn't edify my spirit, and it's not attractive. It does not reflect highly upon this book that you extol. You're the only person on this panel talking this defeatist way, and you're the only person who is extolling the content of the Bible. Do you see that correlation?
You're the same.
Do you see that correlation?
Do you
see that correlation?
And black people can't even cook.
You are the most defeatist talking. This is anti-blackness.
Pushing a false
this is anti-blackness coming from the Bible thumper. And I'm offended. I'm deeply offended.
You can be offended all you want.
Deeply offended at this anti-black rhetoric. It's garbage.
We need to teach our people inclusion. We need to teach our people how to get together and speak with each other.
I need to burn some sage right now.
Yeah, you could burn sage.
My goddamn sage.
Don't bother me. Burn sage. You're sitting there talking about the last time you and I had a conversation, you were talking about genocide. We can't even come together as a people. What genocide are you talking about? You mean our genocide? What are you talking about? What I'm saying to you is if we're going to form some type of coalition on the land that was stolen by the people that enslaved us, don't tell me that they're not going to be involved in some capacity where we have to answer to their laws, make sure things are running appropriately and paying taxes.
That sounds like reform, not revolution.
Say it again.
That sounds like reform, not revolution.
Dogs, all right, bro. Go ahead. You go out there and you fight against the white man, my man. You do it.
All I'm saying is
a lot of people tried and a lot of good men died. A lot of good women died trying to do it. Right now, what I'm saying to you is you're dealing with a people that deal with the sword, my G.
Okay,
and what you people are doing is disingenuous when you're saying that we need to go genocide, we need to do this. Asking those questions.
We're not committing genocide.
Asking those questions of E. Black was a disingenuous question to ask. If we had to do something that was violent, which basically what you were saying, would you be with it? Violent against who?
Who? That's not what I said. I wasn't talking about
what you said. I didn't say that's what you said.
So
that was the question that was asked of him.
Hear me. I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm trying to clarify. What I'm saying is Europeans are engaged systematically in a war against African people. So the thing is, whether you participate actively in resistance or you are a bystander, you are still a part of that war. It's still happening around you. So what I was saying is that from my understanding, if white people are engaged in warfare with us as a group of people, how can we conduct an effective effort at resistance if the same people we're at war with are part of our organizations to conduct our side of the war? So the thing is, when I look at many of the integrationist organizations in this country who have sided with whites against African people, many of them have been conscripted into Christianity.
All right, so can I ask you a question? I can answer your question. If we're talking about it gets to a point where it's getting at that point where it's us or them, then we have to do what we need to do. Then it's all hands on deck. Grab what you need to grab, defend your people, defend your family. All hands is on deck. I agree with you. If that ever gets to that point, we're just going to throw caution to the wind and do what we need to do to survive.
Well, it's more than just a firefight.
Hold on. I understand this. It's a mental. I understand all those things. I'm going to the brass tacks. Okay. What I'm saying to you is this: when we're dealing with organizations, right? And maybe I'm not clarifying myself clearly. I'm not saying to you that if we started a business, all 6 of us on this thing, and we're going to just have it for black and brown people, we're not including no one else. Right. The inner mechanics is going to be us. No one else is involved. This is for us. The same way Jews make things for themselves, no one is involved but Jews. Cool. I got that. What I'm saying to you is this. This is the point that I'm trying to make. We still are on stolen land. We're still on stolen land. We're still governed by their laws. Unless we're just going to say the hell with it and whatever happens, happens, then that's what we do. But the point that I'm trying to make is they won't deal with the inner mechanics of the business, but we still have to, we still have to deal with the laws, with the operation of the community, the operation of the business. We still got to deal with it. That's the point of where I'm coming from. It ain't a defeatist. It's not a defeatist thought process. It's a realistic process. So if Hannibal and I started a business that's just for black people, and we're going to start it in his home state, wherever he's at, there's still laws that we got to obey.
So I guess the question is, based on ultimately what your political ideas are, what does freedom or liberation look like for black people in this country? Because for me, that looks like a sovereign nation in the same form that almost took place in maybe, let's say, Haiti or Ghana, for example. Right. I mean, we could talk about there's limitations there, but to me, I think African people need a nation. So when I think of a nation, I don't think about a business in isolation. I think, that's maybe that's one thing that can be constructive for an institution in a given community, but I don't think that's going to yield the end result of African people being in control of their own destiny.
Well, let me answer you 2 answers. One, I believe that the black man's salvation and the black woman's salvation is going to come through Christ, period. Okay. Now we have to hold down what we need to hold down and make sure that we stay strong and hold down what we need to hold down until he comes back. Now, if you're talking about land, or you're talking about a continent, or you're talking about this is the same man that has dropped 2 nuclear bombs. No one else has ever done that, and goes into other countries and say, you shouldn't do this. This is the same man that ran experiments on people and then say, why do you guys not want to take a jab? It's the same hypocrite that you guys were talking about.
And this is who we're going to.
And this is the guy that runs into sovereign countries where they've had no mass weapons of destruction and still rip apart their country. That's the point that I'm trying to make.
Have they ever been defeated?
Not lately.
Yes, he has.
They were defeated by Haitians, but look at what detriment to Haiti.
And the Vietnamese.
And
the Afghanistan. We didn't win in Afghanistan.
Let me explain something to you, Hannibal. If the white man really wanted to go into Afghanistan and shut it down, believe me, he would have.
But he didn't.
But because there was a bigger picture.
He took an L.
I mean, if you want to look at him taking an L in the battle to win the war, He
Well,
he can turn countries into glass right now.
well, brother,
He
brother,
didn't turn Vietnam into glass.
let me jump in here because I think
platform for them, Hannibal. You know this as well as I do, brother. You
well,
know
I think what we're
I
doing
don't
with,
like you up here talking like this. The white man is undefeatable.
hold
That's
on.
my
Let
issue.
I'm saying to you that right now in the state that the black man and black women are in right now, we cannot defeat him. That's what I'm saying.
So I think anybody who engages in warfare, the decisive factor will normally be which group is more organized than the other group. So I think we can agree that European Americans, Euro Americans, white Americans are better organized and situated and prepared for a national struggle against another group of people. African people are scattered and disorganized in this country. So I think we can agree there.
Totally agree with you on that.
But what I am going to say is one of the problems that I find, because if we think about the conception of divinity, if we think about God, God is omnipotent. It's all powerful. So I think the thing is, a lot of the time when we accept an image of God that looks like the people who enslave us, we will fear the people who represent the image of God who we fear. So I think when your slaver is your savior, then a lot of the time you will acknowledge the ultimate power of your slave master over your dominion. So what I mean is if we're scared of white people, or if we're scared of them and we see them as all powerful or as divine, then it makes sense for why we would be paralyzed in our actions in terms of wanting to resist or fight back or retaliate when they're treating us the way they're treating us. I mean, this happened in Georgia, South Carolina. I mean, not Georgia, South Carolina. I mean, the best example I think of is when Dylan Roof shot up that church, and before he could get to the prison, them church folk they was basically telling them we're letting them off the hook. And then Barack Obama got up there and said even Dylan Roof is deserving of God's grace.
Right.
But so when I think of those kinds of things, I think that Barack Obama is playing directly into the doctrine of Christianity and forgiveness in order to play upon the fear that Black people have as it relates to white people, and ultimately the people who we see as the people who we should fear.
Don DeMarco.
Okay, can I say this now?
Yeah.
Let me say this to you again. You know, the statements that are made, it's really funny how they're made and no facts are given, right?
So that didn't happen.
No, I'm not saying to you. I'm talking about the brother below you. And no facts are given, right? You know, it's conflation at its best. You know, people speak, they sound good, they try to use big words to make their picture sound better than another man's picture. The point of the matter is, I told you Christ was Black. Never told you Christ was white. The thing I said to you earlier is, if a white man come into my house, I'm going to hand him out. Let me finish saying what I'm saying. Okay, I'm still going to do what I need to do. See, reality is different than what you want it to be. See, a lot of us want it to be where, you know, we can just do what we need to do and handle our business. You yourself said, well, we're looking at who is more in order. Let's use that word, more in order and ready for war. They are. So if we understand that they are ready for war and in order, and we're not, wouldn't it behoove us to get in order and ready for war? Why would we just prematurely run into something where we're out of order? We're out of order. The men aren't being men. Women are out of order. Men are out of order. Children are running rampant. We're out of order. So why wouldn't we say, you know what? Let's get our act together. Let's get it together. And then we can formalize a plan. And then we can mobilize and do what we need to do. I understand that we're under oppression. I understand what's being done to my people. I see it every day, and I work with it in the streets. So I see it hands on. What I'm saying to you is to go and say that we need to do this now. We can't. It's not about me being a defeatist. It's about me being realistic. I'm not going to sit here and dream of champagne dreams with 40 money, man. Let's be realistic about it.
Bolo, let me respond to you, please.
I didn't finish, but go ahead.
Okay, well then finish and then I'll respond.
No, go ahead. You can go. Go ahead. I'm done.
Bolo, I don't want to have these reactions to what you are saying, but I'm not the only one who believes you're coming off sounding defeatist. It's not me coming at you directly. There's all kinds of people in the comments who agree with me. And like when you say that they haven't been defeated, I don't know how old you are, but it's a well-known fact that the U.S., which is the apex of the dominant society, these Western devils, they took a major L in Vietnam. Those gnarly guerrillas in the trenches gave America an ass whipping with less resources. Okay. I don't care how much power they have. Okay. I don't care if they could drop a nuke on the west side of Chicago. Right. I'm going to continue to build with my people and continue to strive for unity. And I'm not going to alienate anybody who would want to work for me and my people's betterment by insisting that they walk with me lockstep with regard to my spiritual system.
Hannibal, like, did I say that? Did you hear that come up?
This is how you are. I'm telling you how you're coming off.
I'm asking you.
I'm just telling you how you're coming off.
I'm asking you a question directly. Forget how I'm coming off. Listen to the words that are coming out my mouth. Did I say anything that you just said when it came to working with people that if they're a different religion or a different thought process than me, that I wouldn't work? Did you hear that come out my mouth? Or did
the only thing that I said you said was that these people never took an L. You categorically said that.
I said to you that when you look at the bigger contrast, well, first let me deal with the first statement you made. I have no problem with working with people that don't believe what I believe or continue to rock whatever. My thing is about making sure that my people are better than how I found them when the Lord calls me off this earth. That's one. Number two, when we're looking at the bigger picture, and this is the problem that I think that we have when we look at bigger pictures. We look at the battle instead of the war. We're looking at a man that can drop a bomb and turn a place into glass. That he took an L in Vietnam. He did take an L in Vietnam. That was political. If we're talking about a man that
ran up out of there,
I understand it was political. I understand they took an L. They took a big L. But at the end of the day, there are so many different laws and so many different things that are run behind the scenes and chess matches that we don't understand when we look at the bigger battle, bro. When we sit there and you look at Vietnam, if they wanted to go in there and say, we don't care. We don't care. And we don't care what the optics are with the world and how they see us. They'd have wiped Vietnam off the planet, brother.
How does that fit in? I don't understand what you're trying to communicate.
I just said to you that I don't have everything that you just said pertaining to uplifting the people, working lock in step and making sure that we leave this place better than how we find it. I agree with you. So for you to sit there and say that, and people in the chat can say that I have a defeatist attitude, I'm just a realist. I'm saying that right now we're not ready. Now, if we have to handle what we need to handle because it's getting to a point where they're saying, okay, we're just going to do this and we're just going to start shooting black people, then we need to handle what we need to handle. There is no time to get ready. Whatever you have now is what you have to use to do what you need to do to get done. I'm with that. But if we're talking about systematically setting something up as a nation, all black and brown people as a nation, as a movement, as a structure where the majority of us are moving, we're not organized to do that right now.
Well, that was why the religion thing I thought was so important, because I think history is important for when you look at what does a sovereign nation of black people look like. And when we look at what African nations or black nations that have been sustained, you know, how have they governed themselves in order to remain sovereign? and I've never seen a Christian nation in Africa that was not controlled externally. I mean, or a Muslim nation that was not controlled externally throughout African world history. So that's, for me. To me, it's a historical point. It's like we can talk about what people's opinions about religion are, but when it comes down to it, it's like, what does a sovereign African nation look like? And it's never Christian.
So I want Hanifa, you've been so patient. So I want you to go ahead and speak. Yeah, go
Hello,
ahead.
Hanifa.
Hey. Actually, I was actually, they done went out. That's why I just stayed quiet, because they went off on something else. And I was actually enjoying the conversation. I appreciate the dialogue. Trust me, I was actually just coming to sit to E Black to give him an example of because he had mentioned something with his daughter when he was asked the question. So I kind of know where he's at. When I understood his response, because I was there, and even though I'm not a Christian anymore, I was still there because my ex-husband, who my son goes to bi-weekly, right, is still in the church. And so I had a reaction when my son would come back to my house and ask certain things that his stepmom would say, because they are Bible believers, right? So I had to deal with that. But the question I had to ask myself is, well, the question I would say, not a question, but what I would say to E Black is, I'm with what Bolo said. If you stand firm in what you believe, I guess it is a question. What would be the threat in your child being exposed to other beliefs? What would be the threat? Because I had to ask myself that as well. Go ahead.
The threat is that, not being able to maintain it. Like I said, once again, there's a lot of things that go along in this world, alcoholism, depression. Man, there's just so much that goes along that you're going to have to look to a higher power for, and you're going to have to search for these answers. If I'm only having a surface level of Hinduism, I can't give that to my child. I can't give my child something that I only have so much level, and I'm not able to reaffirm that as a parent, because they're ultimately looking through me for their guidance. And if I'm not able to give them the proper guidance, then I can't. It's almost a no-fly zone for me. I can't sit there and say, "Hey, go look at this African tribal stuff and tell me what it says," and then I don't have no clue about whether I don't have any religious background to really reaffirm that as a parent. So that's my fear.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I guess I was trying to tell you that I've also been on the opposite side, even though I felt that way as a non-Christian. Him going to his dad's, which was a Christian household, and certain things that he will come back and ask me. I felt that within myself, like, I don't want my child, taught this. But then I had to step back and really just process that, because it's sort of like, okay, when he comes to my home and we have a conversation, I teach him. And when he goes over there, I mean, I am not about parenting his dad's house. I'm not about to do that, because there's a level of respect that's there. But I did get what you were saying. I was just saying I had to ask myself that same question, like, why can't I think someone mentioned earlier, don't just read the Bible, read other books, other literature. I think that we are to teach our children the same thing as well, so that they could be well-rounded, so that they don't be biased towards.
But like I said, I don't have I'm not gonna, like, I don't see myself walking into a mosque, then going through the whole Quran with my I can't do that. Like,
I got what you're saying.
It's like I can't unload that onto a child if I don't have that properly set into myself.
And respect, much respect to that. I totally understand, because when they're that young, their minds is still being molded and all of that. So I get it. I just was saying, when you were talking, I was just like, I went through that exact same thing, but on the other side, as a non-Christian. and everything in me was just like, whoa, I don't want my child learning learning this.
And trust me, I learned about African, I learned about, I used to play drums in the park, and I learned about, Kwanzaa and different things in our history, and I'm fine with them learning that stuff, but I'm not going to give them something that I'm not comfortable myself saying, okay, this is for you to take care when I'm not here no longer. When I'm not here longer, you're going to be looking to God. You're going to be saying, God, help me because my father is not here no more.
Yeah, the last
and if you have and if you're not comfortable in that position, if you only know a half a verse in the Quran, I don't expect her or that person to really understand the life lessons that I'm more comfortable with. That's what religion and spirituality is. So that's why I say I have more of a connectivity with Christianity, because I understand Christianity. I come from Christianity. I understand the history of Christianity. I can speak through the spirit of Christianity to this child.
Okay, I'm not coming for you, E-Black. I was just
no, I get it.
Right in there. And the last thing I wanted to say is that I remember my last days in the church. I was studying, and I came from the church that I was affiliated with was Pentecostal Apostolic, and so that's the no makeup wearing, no jewelry making. Wearing skirts only. Can't show your arms, can't show your legs. I came from a very legalistic church environment. And right before I was leaving, some of us young people, we started to kind of like, seek out other sources. But I went through a time where parents were warning their young children from me. I was marked. I was actually marked, and I was still a Christian, but I was marked because I was questioning, because I had a lot of questions. So when you said that, right away, I said, that is a thing. Oftentimes, I don't want to just say Christians. I'm just going to say religious people in general, where there's this fear, whether it's reading other books, whether it's watching certain documentaries. I don't want not just their children, but myself, because I've been there to where I refuse to read other literature. The thing that got me is that my ancestors are no joke, right? There are certain things that were already instilled in me before I entered the church. And that's why I was saying on another panel, when we talk about culture, there's some things that's hidden in our DNA that no amount of whoopings or fire or, being persecuted can remove. It's there. It's hidden in your DNA, and it will come up. Even if you can't make the connection as to where it come from, it's still there. So that's sort of like what I would say happened with me while I was in the church. But I became the enemy as soon as I started questioning. As soon as I started questioning, and people did not want their children around me. So when you said that right away, I said, there is this thing with religious people where it's just like, I don't want my child exposed to this. I don't want my child to know. But yet, Disney has all the access in the world to your children's minds. But you are afraid of Amaat or somebody burning sage. So it's really something that we have to kind of like unpack as to what is at the root of that fear. What is it that you're really afraid of? So that's what I really wanted to come up and add to the conversation.
Like for instance, I will teach my daughter about my and my Alpha, and I will teach them things from maybe a comedic standpoint, but those are things that I'm comfortable with. Those are things that I know because she looks to me for guidance. But do you understand? I can't give them Hebrew temple scriptures and I have no idea what they're talking about. And they're not grounded in anything that I can really, truly, say as a parent. So like I said, religion is nothing to play with. You don't play with religion.
Let me ask you this. I'm gonna stir the pot a little bit.
Oh shit!
Before you do, I wanted to add to what the sister said, because she said something that reminded me of my childhood.
Please do, and then I'll stir the pot.
Because what you said is about the questions. See, for me, at a very, very young age, I began to question religion because my grandfather was a Sunday school teacher, And when I used to get in trouble, he used to make me read the newspaper. He used to make me read the Bible. So I became familiar with scripture. But my grandfather used to say, you know, tested faith is the strongest faith. So because I believe tested faith was the strongest faith, I believe the words of God should be able to hold to scrutiny. So for me, that's when I began to get into theology, because different interpretations of the scripture would tell you, you know, what to glean from it or how to use it. But what I began to become familiar with is the actual source of the text itself and the cultural group about the source of the text. And I started to realize this is just one text of many. But the problem that I began to realize at a very young age, before I knew all of this stuff about all the other religions, is that the whole Christianity is a dogmatic religion. So that means it cannot bear the questions that people are asking. So like when people go get their theological degree in school and seminary, they actually have apologetics for you to defend the infallibility of many of these beliefs and conjectures that have been written into the religion at later moments in history. So the thing is, it's like when you start to really get into the history of the institution of the church, then you stop getting into people's opinions about church and about what Christianity is, and you start dealing with the historical animus of you know, how the religion got to where it got and how different people came into contact with these different ideas. You know,
But I also know a lot of people go crazy like that too.
You go crazy like what?
Getting into that theology, trying to wonder where God is and try to figure out where the cross, the ancient lines of the scripture lined up with the David and the cross. And a lot of people lose their self. They lose their self in that.
Well,
and I don't want to, like I said, if we're just talking about children, I want to give them a foundation.
Well, first. Yeah, and I think that's what attracted me to many of the Pan-Africanist, African-centered historians, because to me, they were giving me answers for things that I guess we could say religious allegory and dogma, they don't answer. So the thing is, it's like, you know, when you're trying to fill in the gaps, then, you know, you gotta engage beyond just a theological level. You know, theology is about interpretation and doctrines, and also often propaganda. I mean, quite frankly. So for me, the way I see it is, you know, if people are really going to engage with religion on a political level, I think we really need to know, you know, why people place value on certain doctrines and certain interpretations of the scripture. Because the way I see it is, when you start to know that, then you start to know what's written in the Bible and why it was written that way to begin with. You know, like, you know, when people don't even know that, then they can't even get into, you know, which nations are at war with other nations. Why are the Ethiopians littered throughout the Bible so much? You know, why are all of these different groups? Who are these different groups?
The road to Damascus. Why is that important?
Well, exactly. Yeah. And for me as a historian, the way I see it is, I'm always going to look for myself in any narrative I'm reading. So when I'm looking, yeah, I mean, I understand why so many Black people read the Bible and they see, you know, Ethiopia stretch forth their hands, and then they relate to that. I can understand why, because you're looking for yourself in the text. I guess for me, the problem that I find is a lot of the time we get so caught up with the like you say, like the doctrine. We get caught up with those things that we stop being critical of what it is that we're reading, and we start trying to use things in the Bible to support and rationalize things that may or may not make sense for our people. You know, so, you know, I'm always concerned about how politics are involved with the religion. I mean, I don't think you can ever get away from that. I think when you look at who a lot of these reverends and these preachers are, I mean, they have very different doctrines based on who they're politically aligned with. And then when you start getting outside of the church, then you start getting even more political ideas or ideas about African liberation. So I think the problem is sometimes the religion conversation just makes the conversation very narrow, because our people have an
it's tough because
to religion.
It's tough because you really can't imagine a godless nation.
Well, but what language do you call to your creator in? And I think God is a Germanic word. So I mean, if I'm calling,
and that's the beauty.
I mean, so I'm sorry, you can't.
The beauty of it is you gotta study, you gotta read, you have to understand, and why the book was written the way it was. You have to look at certain words that have been changed and replaced. There's so much that you have to do when you start getting into this book, or any book that you get into.
But I'm more concerned with the history of my own people.
Well, I mean, listen, but that's with anything you do. If any doctrine that you're going to read, or any historical document that you're going to start to study, you have to study the whole entirety of it, right? Why it was changed, if it was changed, what did the words mean? Why was it written to these people? Because it wasn't written to us, it was written to them back then. What did it mean to them? How did they move? There's a lot of things that you have to take into context to really understand the doctrine that you choose to live your life by.
Yeah, so but I guess that's why the point I'm making is that I just really believe that the fact that the Bible needs to be compulsory in this conversation is really telling us how far away from talking about ourselves we actually are.
Well, that's your point.
But let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Even in African religion, right? I'm sorry, this is my last point. Even in like African religion, they did have a variation of the Trinity, right? Usually they had the Father, the Son, and then I think there's what is considered like a showman, or which is the spiritual God.
Don't forget the woman.
The woman. Okay. I didn't want to get too far into that, but there is variations of that. So I do agree with you, study this, but then like I said, once I've learned this stuff, then I can go back to my religion and kind of see parallels. And then like I said, it's all about righteousness, treating your fellow man good, being fathers to father. It's like it's all the same, my guy.
I mean I think the point you made about women, it tells you a lot about the culture. I think for African people, we place women and men amongst divinity in complementary relationship to each other. When you see when the white people, when the Europeans stole the Trinity out of the rest of the Netzeru, see the Trinity, the emphasis on the three is a European or a Eurasian perspective on our spiritual systems, because we have many intermediary divinities that are between us and the creator divinity. So the many are the Netzeru, or the Orishas, or the Abasom, or the Loas, or however you want to call them. But the thing is, their Trinity is based on those three, and then they remove the female from divinity because that's how they treat their own women. So the thing is, like, when you look at their history and culture, it relates to the way that they shape the values in their own religion. And when you look at our spiritual systems, it's reflected in a different way. It reflects in the institutions in our society. That's why I said, when you deal with our history, then the Bible stops being the linchpin for everything else.
Hannibal, I know you're about to go, but Emo, I just want to inject this part too. This is kind of like where when now a big conversation around submission is happening, that's a part of the issue around that conversation, because it's a very Eurocentric conversation. When you listen to Black people talk about submission, you're like, oh my gosh, where are you guys getting this from? Exactly what you just explained. Because if you leave the woman out of your own divinity, What do you think that's going to translate into culturally? What does that look like culturally? Your woman becomes a second-class citizen. She becomes somebody that you subjugate, someone that needs to follow your orders. Even the idea of men being, how we talk about men being leaders, the way that I listen to Black people talk about that, I'm just like, oh my gosh, whose paradigm is this? Whose reality are you guys trying to exist in? And we don't think on that level. We have these conversations on a very surface, very Eurocentric level, and we don't want to go any deeper. But until we see ourselves as Africans, we're not going to be able to have these conversations. We are going to sound just like the people who have subjugated our ancestors and oppressed them. And we think we're doing something, right? We think we're big and we're tough, and it's all this alpha male conversation that we're having. And I'm just like, do you guys understand that you're really just trying to align yourself with and be close in proximity to the thinking of people that do not love you? This idea of your woman being under you, that is not African. It never was, it never will be. So I just wanted to add that on to what you said, because there's a big conversation on YouTube, and I am yet to hear somebody talk about it from a non-Eurocentric perspective. We are not here to be subjugated by our men. We never were. We never were. Not Black people, not African people. That's some other people's reality. That's somebody else's paradigm that we are trying to build on. I just wanted to add that.
Look how much we spent. Look how much time on this conversation we spent talking about nations out completely outside of Africa, but we're talking about Black people. We spent all this time chasing around European theologians and all these interpretations that come from the enemies of Black people in Western Asia. So we keep talking about other people's history without even dealing with ourselves. I mean, if we're here in the United States, most of our ancestors come directly either from the West and Southern, or even sometimes the East Coast of the African continent. So the thing is, all this stuff that's happened in Western Asia 2,000 years ago, how are we even having this conversation about our spirituality without dealing directly with our ancestors who came from the West Coast of the African continent, who had nothing to do with Christianity until these Europeans came with the Bible? So the thing is, we're not even dealing with our own history because we're getting so caught up in all this religious conjecture.
And as
we're not even talking about ourselves. Like,
and that's a great point, Emo. That's a great point, and I'm gonna try to tie that in with what Hanifa said about women and the direction y'all had started to go in, which was talking about the kids. Now, when we talk about the kids, we're not just talking about child rearing. The things that we impart upon them as far as their ideologies and their philosophies and how they think will inform, in part, their political activity and their roles as citizens in their society. So what I'm saying is, when we're raising our kids and helping shape their values, we're also impacting how they move civically and politically. Okay? So when we're giving, when we propose to give our kids a religious system, the implications are far-reaching. Now,
that's why we think we're Americans. We're
right.
Christians.
Now, I helped raise 4 kids. And when they have talked to me about religion, this is what I always tell them. This is what I give them. I know there is something greater than us. I know there is something unseen that we endeavor to understand. I don't know exactly what it is. And I charge you, my young son or my young daughter, to spend time trying to figure it out for yourself. And along the way, don't do any harm to anyone who doesn't deserve it. And if you do, then try to make amends. Now, all of
that's dangerous. I'm sorry.
Dangerous?
It's only
and so herein lies, herein lies the crux of what we are talking about. You deemed what I said dangerous. Hanifa was shaking her head like that shit doesn't sound good to me. And in the end, our kids are sitting there confused.
Well, that's the fight between Jean-Jacques Dessalines and Alexandre Pechon. You know, he was trying to rebuild the Catholic Church. You know, so I mean, it's dangerous. You know,
you can't lead your children to religion by itself.
Wait, what? Say that again.
You can't lead children to religion by themselves.
He's not discussing religion, E-Black. He's not discussing religion.
That's what he's saying, E-Black. He's not discussing religion.
Yeah,
I was discussing spirituality.
Okay, you can't leave spirituality to children by themselves.
Of course not.
But children are born. Okay. Children are born spiritual.
Yeah, they're born spiritual, but they need to be. But also, other spirits will attack them too.
Here's what I'm hearing. E-Black. What I'm hearing you say is that parents should tell their kids there's only one way, and this is the way, and everyone else is going to hell. Because that's what I was taught.
No, okay.
That messed me up.
What I'm saying is that you can't expect for society. You cannot expect. You can't expect for society to give them the religious tools that
I don't want them to. I don't want society.
But where they gonna find it at?
They got God within them, and they have an intelligent brain. They can fucking find it themselves.
Do you know how many? But do you understand that there's devils that will attack their morality?
Okay, E-Black.
Devils. I'm surrounded by devils. Devils are in Washington. Devils are in Springfield. Devils are everywhere I go.
I guess which devils?
Devils are in the goddamn schoolhouse.
Well, let me ask you a question, Hannibal.
They wear clothes and they got names like Krasinski.
So let me ask you a question, Hannibal. So you don't think that the children, the young youth that are entering into this world, that they don't need some type of guidance?
They need guidance, and I never said that they did not need guidance.
I'm asking you.
They need guidance, but they do not need the Judeo-Christian religion system to behave correctly.
I agree.
So, E-Black, you said that you would be okay with introducing the Ma'atic principles and Ma'at to your daughter. That is enough. That is enough right there to guide your daughter on her spiritual path. That is
no, it's not. That's not going to stop alcoholism. That's not going to stop sex addiction. That's not going to stop. That's not going to stop a lot of. That's just going to give them a set of rules, and they're not going to understand the story.
My art is not a set
you
of
have
rules.
to you got to. But you have to set it with okay. Religion involves reiteration of. Go ahead.
The question that you should ask Ma'at, I'll ask Ma'at. Okay, so if you give your children the 42 rules of Ma'at, when do you set them free? When does your influence on them stop? That's what I would ask you as a parent.
Your influence on them does not stop because every day they judge themselves. That's what the Ma'atic principles are.
But what I'm asking is when do your influence, not them, because they're young in the world. They don't have the experience to understand everything that's going on around them. That's why the parents are there to kind of give them guidance and, kind of guide them. So my question to you is, you give them the 42 rules, okay? When do you set them free to go off and, they can handle themselves at this point? They can interpret life from the rules that was given to them through the 42 rules. When do you set them and say, okay, you can handle life now?
So there's no time. Every child is different. Every person is different. Even within religion, Christianity, whatever you believe, there are going to be a time where okay, at 18, because at 18, we're told in our Black community, that's when you can go and be free. Correct. But most of us did not have the tools that we needed in order to do those things. So to say that there's an exact time, or there's a number, or there's an age, when that happens,
it depends on the individual.
Yeah, it would depend on the individual.
What E-Black is saying, that to give them a set of rules, and this is what it sounds like to me. And correct me if I'm wrong. Forgive me. to give our children a set of rules, whatever the rules might be, right? And to say that God is in you and you're connected directly to God. We know this. We all are connected to the Creator, right? We understand that. But we have to be guided. That's something that if anyone tells me that we don't have to be guided, then there's a fundamental problem in the conversation. Okay, because you can't just let the child run rampant and say, because God is in you, you're going to figure it out. It doesn't work that way.
I don't think that's what they're saying, though.
No, I'm just saying, because it sounded like at first, it's what it sounded like to me. So I don't want to, misjudge, anyone on the panel. So we do all agree that our children, in whatever you believe, that they're going to need some type of guidance.
Yeah. And the reason why, hold on. And the reason why we give them guidance through religion is because it teaches rituals, repetitive behaviors, reinforced behaviors, changing and restructuring ideas, and like all religions do this. We all have rituals in every religion. Even African religion, pouring the water into your plant reinforces the growth in the circle of life. These are things that we all understand that we have to do. That's why you don't say, hey, figure it out yourself.
Okay, so based on that, how much does Christianity or religion play a part in how we view nature?
Oh my goodness. Christianity, it speaks, let me think. The fact of the matter is this: God tells you to leave this place better than you left it. It teaches you a lot of things in regards to your relationships to your people. I'm probably not the best verse spitter, so I can't think of a particular verse, but
because it doesn't.
Huh?
It does talk about the land. It does talk about the Bible.
It does talk about
it. How to nurture the ground. It does talk about the earth.
It does talk about the earth, but I don't think that's Maat's question. Maat, you want to ask the question again?
Ask the question more in depthly, because the question she asked is, does the Bible speak about how to treat the earth? And it does.
That's not what she asked, Bolo. Maat, can you ask your question again? She didn't even say anything about the Bible.
She said Christianity.
I say Christianity and religion, and how much does it how much does it relate to how you should treat nature? How do you respect nature? And because what I'm seeing is a desecration of nature, and there are in the most religious people are the ones desecrating nature. So how do we reconcile that? And how do we reconcile the way that nature is being desecrated and then still say, well, I'm going to go to my church on Sunday and I'm all good? Like how do we reconcile that?
Or mosque. I mean, technically, even Muslims dig oil. So it's not
religion. I said religion.
Yeah. So I just don't. Y'all use Christianity. Y'all be just.
I say Christianity and religion.
I mean, yeah. You say Christianity and religion. This is just.
Well, I use religion. I think it's about the people.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's about the people. The people. If you can have a person that's into Africanism and burn down a forest. So
not if they got African culture.
So every person that's into Africanism is not going to do something against the culture, against the land. The point that I'm trying to make is when she asks a question, again, I'm not Jack Willis, I'm not, but when you're asking a question that you say you have Christians who follow Christianity, but yet they destroy the earth, which they do. It's the individual person. Now, if you're going to talk about the construct, I think those are two different questions that you're asking. If that individual person is just a wicked person and he's spewing oil into the water and doing whatever, that's that specific person. Now, I don't know if I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
So my answer to that question would be it's that specific person. The same way, like I just said, you can have a person that's into Africanism and just does whatever he or she wants to do. Do we prosecute the whole religion of Africanism because that 1 or 2 or 10 or 30 people decide to do such and such? Or do we say that those people are misguided? You're going to say
that's what Emo is. Yeah, that's. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think what it is, and I see Sister AY says in the chat, and the thing is, Europeans think of themselves as fundamentally alienated from culture. So from nature, sorry. So the thing is, if they see themselves in a dialectical conflict with nature, they're alienated from nature, that manifests in the rest of their culture, including their religion, in the way that they rationalize and control the rest of what they understand to be in the world, in the cosmos. So the thing is, if they're at war with nature, then what happens is when we become inculcated with European culture, we begin to relate to nature the same way Europeans do. But we don't want to admit that Christianity is how they assimilate us into European culture often.
Okay, but are we going to talk about, okay, so basically what you're asking is a question that the Europeans gave us religion to indoctrinate us, let's just say Black.
Or to make us into them.
Right, to make them into them. So you're asking him a question that if he's blinded to the fact that he's already assimilated, he's not going to be able to see or answer that question coherently because he's in the dirt, right? If he's in the dung, everything smells like dung to him.
Well, that is what that's kind of what
the point that y'all trying to make
is speaking to, because that is where our values are coming from. If our values,
it doesn't necessarily mean that he thinks that way. I understand that. I understand that the religion,
his actions would show that.
Say it again.
His actions would show that.
You're absolutely correct. So
maybe.
How do you feel about? I'm sorry.
I was going to say, I think what happens is oftentimes African people, because we don't have knowledge or like a conscious, deliberate understanding of our own history, we continue our own practices in exile of knowledge or consciousness of who we are. So what happens is we think of ourselves as Christians, and then we start to do things, and white people say that's not Christianity. You see, so like that's what I mean. So the thing is, the question becomes who has the power to define what is and is not Christianity. And to me, the way I understand who has the power to define is often who's in control of the institutions. So when I think of who's being educated into being the leaders in given Christian institutions, I say, where are you getting your education from?
And your values.
So who are you getting your education and values from? I mean, if Europeans control seminary, then maybe that's why you're being miseducated into European cultural values. So, but when you see African people, let's say like,
so if they didn't treat you right, they're not going to teach you right.
Well, exactly.
But
what I was going to say is, for when African people know our own traditions, sometimes we know our own traditions, but we only know fragments or pieces of our own history and culture. And that's why, sometimes we're not able to put the whole picture together as to who we are. And, the Christianity thing tends to create contradictions in what we do versus, so the thing is, it's like with knowledge, you can resolve these contradictions.
My question to you, bro, would be, why is it that we can't put the picture together? Why is it?
Well, I think it's an orientation issue. Because I said I think it's an orientation issue. I don't think we always have the direction or the dedication to try to piece together who we were before we were made into who we are now. Mm-hmm. So sometimes when we start to unpack enough of our past, we begin to put together enough of ourselves to continue and reclaim our traditions.
So then
who we are and who we were. You know what?
So then it goes into studying. It goes into stop being lazy. It goes into going to the library, or we don't even have to do that nowadays. We got the internet. Opening up these books and reading it. and understanding what you're reading and gaining clarity on why we are the way we are, what we were before we were this, and where we were before we're here.
Agreed.
Bolo, I have a question. Like,
Yes,
I have
ma'am.
two things. So, Bolo, I have one. Like, I'm gonna ask you the question after I see this.
Can I want to just add one little thing. The Native Americans were very connected in regards to the spirituality and the way that they handle the land. Maybe that's connected to some types of religion, and
Yeah,
it's very connected. It's
Yeah.
connected to a religious system that reflects a veneration of nature and a known connection to nature. You know what's crazy?
Wait.
What's crazy?
So religion can be good and beneficial for the land.
Hold on real quick. Here's what's wild. There was a time many hundreds of years ago where there was religious systems that were built around deifying aspects of nature, like the sun.
Right.
And simultaneous to that, when people were saying, you know what, let us deify the sun because we understand our relationship to the sun. If the sun is not here, we're not here. The sun is it, as far as food, etc., etc. So that makes sense. Simultaneously, there was a group of people who said, I can control people with a religious system. I can say that I'm special, and I was deemed special by an almighty power, and that if you don't subscribe to that system and agree that I'm special, you risk eternal damnation. That is the source and the origin of many organized religious systems. A man told another man that I am holy and should be followed and deferred to.
Okay.
And so that's the thing. So when
what's the difference between the Indians? What's the difference between the Indians saying you're gonna go on a crossroad and you're gonna figure out which four paths? It's all theology.
Here's what I'm talking about. The origin of these. I just highlighted two different religious systems. Right. One that's clearly used to control people's behavior, and another that reflects a veneration of nature, a system where we say protect nature, revere nature, love nature. Okay, so Emo said understanding where we come from is a very important aspect of this equation, which I agreed with. And we don't come from a system of agreeing that God made a man holy, so I should follow the man. Look, before Europeans dominated black people with religion, they dominated themselves with religion.
Okay.
That's an important thing to understand. A lot of people who don't dig that far deep into history don't realize that Europeans were oppressing Europeans,
right,
using religion before they ventured outside of their little raggedy ass continent.
Hannibal, let me ask you a question. So in African history, there were no Africans that claimed to be a deity or some type of...
I didn't say that.
No, I'm asking you. I didn't say you did. I'm asking you.
Oh, I'm sure that there were some selfish people who told the same lie, right? Okay. But what I know is that those lies and that manner of system of control didn't take off like the Judeo-Christian tradition.
Right, Europeans. Okay.
Right.
Can I just say something real quick? So there's a couple of things like, okay, so whenever I'm in the conversations around like African and African history and so forth, one of the things that I try not to do is over romanticize Africa and African history because there are some things that are not necessarily has to do with race. It has to do with the nature of human beings in general, where, you know, the need to, I don't want to say divide ourselves, but you know, if you put all blue people in a room or something like that, they'll say, well, you know, you will find that the people with the bigger eyes are eventually going to separate themselves, or somebody's going to separate themselves because they have bigger lips, whatever that may be. So I don't want to act like African people didn't have their own issues. I don't want to even put that out there. I do think though, I think a lot of the conflict or issues that we are experiencing on this side of the hemisphere, as far as Black people, is that we are actually we've adopted someone else's value system, someone else's way of thinking, we're existing or trying to conform to someone else's reality. I think that plays a big part in it. I wanted to go back to the children piece. I think you could start with the basic around children in teaching them how to connect with nature. You have a daughter, teach her about the cycles of the moon, teach her about her cycle and its connection to the cycles of the moon, right?
Wait, time out. I don't know nothing about that.
Okay, so I'm not, I wasn't talking directly to you.
Can I just say this and I'm gonna break it? I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm just gonna finish right now.
Because I gotta go. I just wanted to thank everybody for letting me on. Hannibal, thank you for the conversation, man.
All right, peace, brother.
Love you, brother. Bro, thank you. E Black, my aunt, thank you for blessing me and allowing me on your platform. And Hanifa, love you, girl. I'm looking forward to the email. You guys have a blessed
Bolo.
Have a good one, man.
Hey, tap in, Bolo. Anyway, I'm sorry. I didn't mean no disrespect. I'm sorry.
No. It's all right, E Black. What I was saying is that I think it was Emo that said something like God, he feel like God is an exaggeration or something like that. For me personally, I think it's an oversimplification, right? It's this need to understand what we are experiencing, what we are observing, right? So when I said teach your children basic, how to be in tune with nature, I had this conversation with my mom earlier, right, tonight. And we were talking about the mandates and all of these things. And then somehow we segued into this part of the conversation. And one of the things that we were talking about was how the sun rises and the sun sets, and how the discovery, or I don't know, some people would say invention of or whatever, of electricity, how that has affected how we live our lives as far as being in tune with nature and as far as being in touch with the sun and so forth. Because when the sun sets, because of our electricity, we could just hit a switch and turn the light on. For us, our brain doesn't say it's time to wind down, right? We hit the switch and we just continue on our laptops, and look at us right here, right now, right? I go back to when I had went to Uganda. They had in the village, they had what do you call it? This not the satellite. What do you call it that people put on the roof?
Solar panels.
Thank you. Yes. So when the sun went down, it's very interesting. We would do all of this activity during the day. But when that sun set, right, and let's say you don't have that electricity to just hit a switch or whatever, it's very interesting how everything just kind of lines up and tune in with nature and just flows with how nature is going. Everyone went to bed earlier. Everyone began to wind down unless you had a campfire outside going. But the whole dynamic in the household changed every time the sun sets, right? And that's just one example. So what I was saying to E Black is you could start with the basic, teaching your children how to tune into nature. It's just treat nature correctly. Pay attention to nature. When we talk about the masculine and feminine, nature has a lot to teach us about that, right? When my son brought home stuff about pollination, right? We were talking about it, and as I'm discussing it with him, because he was big on where babies come from and, you know, the sex piece. And I used that particular part of his science activity to have a conversation about that, about conception, about, you know, sex in that sense. Nature is there. We can utilize it. And I say that to say nature is what we understand as God. So teaching your children that is teaching your children what God is, in a sense. But if you don't see God, if you can't see God beyond your book, beyond your belief, beyond your dogma, beyond whatever your religion is, then that scares you. But before there were anything such as religion, there was nature. Nature has always been there. Our ancestors have always connected to nature. There's whole systems, spiritual systems that were built around nature. Someone talked about the sun. I think it was Hannibal. So what I'm saying is that it could start with the basic. No one is saying, you know, go and teach them about voodoo or voodoo, you know, Ifa. You know, no one is saying that. What we're saying is that you can, which Okay, I'm gonna stay on point here because I was going to say all of that is still connected to nature, but whatever. What I was saying is that you could just teach them the basic and connecting with nature. And I did talk about the cycles of the moon as far as the cycles of a woman, menstrual cycle and so forth. And I know you have a daughter, and I saw your face. It's like, I don't know anything about that, but that's why we're here, so that you can go and research that and look into it. Right?
I'm not ready yet. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not ready.
You're a man, but that doesn't. Okay,
I'm not ready for all that.
But I was just making a point to say, if we want to start with the basic, I think you can start with as basic as nature, because nature, netu, whatever you want to call it, is really God when you look at it outside of your religious lenses. That's or part of God, however you want to look at it. That's all I was saying. That's basic.
And that's why
I get what you're saying.
That's why I put this here, because and I was gonna touch on that. Hanifa beat me to it, but yeah, so that's why here Ma'ad and the other Netaru or the Neters, when you take the vowels away, you get the Neter, NTR, and that is the same as nature, and God is nature. And so getting back to those basic principles, because I think a lot of times when we talk about African spirituality, we look at it as, okay, them worshiping the sun. Well, just like Hannibal said, the sun is very important. Without the sun, without the trees, without the plants, we could not exist. So a lot of times, because we're in this kind of religious doctrine, and I've been there, we do not thank nature. We do not thank that energy that is nature, the energy, the spirit world that is nature. And so, when we kind of imagine what God to be, and God to be this man, sitting up in heaven, telling us what to do, then it means that we are not able to connect like we really want to. I would say that my connection to spirit, divine intelligence, God, whatever you want to call, it actually deepened. It actually had more depth to it when I start practicing it within African spirituality, as opposed to practicing it within the religion. Because when we just think of religion as rules are things that tell us what to do. It's within a value system that's just saying, if you break it, this is going to happen. But if you break it, you can just say, you can ask for forgiveness and things like that, as opposed to creating, and this is what this conversation is about, creating a code and culture in our community that tells us this is what's going to happen within our community if we disassociate ourselves with certain things in our community. So an example of being disconnected from nature within within religion is the whole concept of I know what it is. So we have a tendency, and I think this comes from the fact that our ancestors did not pass on certain things to us because of being ashamed of those things. But there was a disconnect that happened. So like Dr. Africa tells us that our ancestors actually put certain herbs inside the animals because they knew that pigs were filled with worms, but at the same time, we had to eat. So there were certain herbs that our ancestors would put inside of the food that was bad for us. But we didn't pass those traditions on. We just see, oh, we're eating pig, we're eating bacon, we're eating whatever it is. We're eating the pig from the head to the tail. But we didn't understand the certain things that they did. Just like our ancestors, the women knew that they were going to be, I'm not going to use the word. So they did not want to have that white man's baby. So they would take papaya seeds, ingest papaya seeds, so that would be a natural form of birth control. These are things that they didn't necessarily pass on. The same with religion. They didn't necessarily, they practice it, but they also practice their natural African spirituality in secret. There's a lot of evidence of people saying that, yeah, we practiced that, we had to practice it, but we also practice it in secret. So we practice our African culture in secret. But what happens, the next generation may not see that you're practicing it in secret. They're only seeing that you're practicing this religion. And it had a time and it had a place. And this is a quote from Professor Cobbett. Says, if a religion no longer meets your needs and solves your problems, it's like carrying your boat on your back after you cross the river. So we have to ask ourselves if what we're doing is solving our problems and meeting our needs.
I have a question, Maat, real quick, to the seasoning. Is there any connection to that piece about the herbs and stuff to why Black folks season the food the way they do?
Sure.
Yeah.
I think I know, but I want you to speak on it.
They even said in France, right? They said that sauces in France came from the fact that the food, Europeans, the meat would be spoiling. So to cover up the spoiling of the meat, they created sauces to cover up the fact that they were eating spoiled meat.
I mean, and I was gonna say, I think I like one of the ways that Dr. Frances Cress Welsing defines African spirituality. The way she defines African spirituality, she basically says that the creator divinity or God is the ultimate source of all energy in existence. So spirituality is basically how you learn to relate to the different energy configurations that exist around us. So I think that's a very simplistic way to understand African spirituality, but it also explains why people would engage with certain herbs or certain medicinal practices or such, because ultimately your body and the elements that comprise your body are ultimately the same elements that are what comprise the rest of everything else in nature. So by you observing and understanding what's happening around you, you ultimately can glean and understand what kinds of energy or what kinds of forces you need to have a relationship or get in contact with in order to maintain maybe your own health, maybe your own livelihood, and ultimately, how to relate to the environment around you. But what happens is you're not going to know everything about how to relate to everything around you. So what happens is the best chance you have to gain some kind of knowledge or insight into how to relate to the things around you are ultimately going to be from the people who consolidated or collected a lot of that knowledge and information before you, who are going to be your mothers, your fathers, and ultimately your ancestors. And some of your ancestors may have had a familiarity with certain domains and aspects of reality, and then they would become the ancestor that presides over a particular principle or body of knowledge. And then that's when you get your loas or your principles or your netaru in this example. So the thing is, like, it's all your spiritual system. The knowledge is all about how do you learn to relate to like everything else that's already around you, and how do you tap into the knowledge to understand how to relate. And normally that avenue is directly through your own ancestors. But what happens if you break the genealogy between yourself and your own forefathers and foremothers, and you accept the idea that Europeans or Arabs are the ultimate source of all of the knowledge in the world and the knowledge about how to relate to reality? Then what happens is you stop being able to relate to the way your ancestors knew how to relate to reality, and then you only know the way that Europeans and Arabs have trained you to relate to reality and relate to the world that they've created for you. So it's a worldview issue, you know. So I think with African spirituality, a lot of the time people kind of, I mean, I think we should always study the way our ancestors engaged with their spiritual traditions, with their religion, with their rituals, their ceremonies, all the, you know, the knowledge, the wisdom, all of these things. But I think what we often forget is that, you know, people, when they don't know how to do these things for themselves, they recreate, or they bring what they know of their past into the present to create something to help them achieve what they can no longer do for themselves. So that's, to me, that's what they did in Haiti. They were effectively able to basically say, here's what's the common links between all of us as different African groups, and this is how we can form this together to create a new foundation for who we are and how we relate to our common ancestors, and how we can, you know. And to me, that's what voodoo is, you know. So it's a Pan-African ethnic formation. I think when we think of how we can relate our ancestors to each other and stop thinking about how we can fit into boxes from the people who are still enslaving us and killing our people, then we start to understand how to form spiritual systems to reinforce our unification, you know?
Yeah, so with the, you know, with solutions in mind, and as we wrap up, I do want to ask about how we can move forward. I think you're Black, you are the, you know, you are the Christian on the panel right now. And I think as a unit, I think we all desire to build as a community. How do we proceed if we do have these differing belief systems?
You know, as I've grown up, I've found one thing is important: finding inner peace within. You know, finding what works for you. You know, religion may be not for everybody. Organized religion may not be for everybody. Um, it's not. I've come to the point of just not really worrying about other people in that sense of trying to force everybody. I'm not a Bible thumper, you know, but in the grand scheme of things, what I want to say is that I want people to, at least as our community, have some type of faith, believe in a higher power. Start there. Can we at least start there? Can we at least look at each other as designed individuals for greatness? If we can start there, I think we'll be okay as a people. There will be things that will be conflicting, of course, but as we've traveled through this world together, I believe that no matter what, you know, we'll find similarities in it, in all of our beliefs. You know, I don't think there's too many things that we can find that will truly justify killing and justifying, you know, murder, not murder, but thievery and adultery and coveting other people's possessions and stuff. But, you know, like I said, find some common ground. Find out where you can meet with your fellow person and you guys can work together, you know, whether it's through Christianity, whether it's through Islam, Hinduism, African spirituality. Find that. And then, like I said, personally, just I care enough for people to say, you know, just find faith within yourself. Get right within yourself, because there's going to be, I don't care how much money you get. You see how many people who get money and they drive themselves off a bridge. You know, you see how many people, I don't care how many women they still get heartbroken and they end up deleting themselves. I don't care what you have in this world. It still comes down to a common point in which we have to figure out this thing and get right with yourself. Get right. Get right. So that's all I got to say about that. In terms of our community, like I said, I don't believe there's never going to be a godless nation. I think no matter what, there's going to be some form of higher power that we all should believe into and we all should be striving to, or else I don't know what that nation looks like. But economically, politically, whatever it may be, just at least have a set of standards that we want to see passed on to the next generation, because it can't be war every day.
Can I go next?
No, Hanifa.
No. I'm about to leave because listen,
I'm joking.
Tonight I'm panel hopping. I'm making my wrongs tonight.
Oh, you about to ditch us? Oh my God.
Yeah, God knows when I'm gonna do this again. I agree with what E Black said. If I could add to that, I would just say that I don't think Black people's issue is a faith issue, is a belief in something greater than themselves. We are some of the most religious people on the planet and the most spiritual people on the planet. We have always been a spiritual people. That is who we are. I don't think that's the issue. I think the belief that's lacking in us is the belief in ourselves to liberate first our own minds and then our bodies. I think the belief in ourselves is what's missing. We've always believed in something outside of ourselves. Always. That's history. We can do the research on that. We've always been a connected people. As far as what we could do as a community, I think we gotta get our households in order. I think we gotta get the nucleus family in order. I am so serious because everything happens there. That's the epicenter. That's the training ground. That's where it really all begins, right? But before we could even do that, because before I could actually connect to a Black man and love a Black man as a Black man, I have to fall in love with my Black self. I have to understand my Black self, right? I have to reconnect with my Black self. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to build with another Black person and build a healthy Black family. So yes, it starts with the individual in reconnecting to ourselves first, right? Who we are. Like I said, there's a lot of things in our DNA, in the archives of our DNA, that's just waiting for us to discover it, for us to tap into it. It's sitting there just waiting. But we have all these distractions outside of ourselves, the workforce, whatever is going on, we're always being pulled outside of ourselves. So we rarely have the time to really tap into that. But I think if we do, there's a lot to gain from that. And then from that, you build on from the inside out. Then you start to connect. Black man with Black woman creates Black children, creates then a Black community. That's just me, okay? I said this before. I am very deliberate. I believe that love is a choice. I do not believe that love is feelings. And the reason why I say that is because you could feel something, but you still have to decide whether you're going to act on it or not. I am very deliberate as far as Black men. I love Black men deliberately, right? There is no space within me for Ed to entertain any other culture or race outside of Black people. Why? Because I subscribe to Pan-Africanist theology. Pan-Africanist philosophy. I believe in what Garvey taught. I believe in that, right? So I'm very deliberate about that. So for me, it starts with falling in love with self. What does that mean? We said a lot tonight. There's a lot for us to go and look up. I listened to what Hannibal said, E-Black, Bolo, Emo, and there are things there are things that I learned that I know I'm probably going to go and flip through some pages, right? Or to go and sharpen some things about myself. But it starts with me, right? But we got to get our families in order. We keep talking about community and our families are in shambles. They are in shambles. There is no community if there is no families. We have to figure that out. And the only way for us to figure that out is we have to, I like to say the mission has to become greater than the mess. Okay? Yes, you're going to connect with a Black man. You're going to connect with a Black woman. You all are going to get on each other's nerves. My aunt could probably tell you that she's been married 14 years to a Black man and they have 4 Black children. Every day is not going to be peaches and cream. We have to be willing to work with each other for the greater good. What is the greater good? The collective, the community. So for me, the main thing I'm not about getting my community in order while my family is suffering. I've seen too many revolutionaries fighting for their community, and then you find out their wives left them, their husbands left them, right? Their family now is all over the place, but they're in the community fighting like crazy. I take issue with that, because for me, it's like the work has to be done inside first. Inside meaning the family, and then we have to work outside. Inside meaning within ourselves. We have to reconcile a whole lot of things. Listen, the illusion of white supremacy has done a number on our people. We have seen it here tonight. Before Bola left, I was actually going to ask him, you don't think very highly of Black people. When I'm listening, it's like, oh, we're lazy. We don't want to open a book. And I'm like, who are these Black people you are talking about? My God, who are you talking about? Because for me, it's sort of like, okay, can we do anything in your mind? And I'm very deliberate about that. We got to be careful how we talk about each other, how we talk about ourselves, right? So as a Black woman, my contribution to the conversation is start with yourself. If you're dealing with self-hate, start to deal with that within yourself. If you need more information as far as your history, start researching, researching and open up your mind. Go under people. I mean, Emo is in the PhD program. Find out where the people he's connected to, who he's around. Hannibal is an educator, right? And someone that believes in Pan-Africanism. These are teachers. These are our teachers. Get connected with those people and find out, more about yourself, more about your roots, so that you in turn could then bring it home to your family, right? All of these Black men that out here beating their chest about being leaders, that's what a leader does. That is what a leader does. A leader goes out there and bring back information, strategy, all of these things to the family. It's not just about having a penis. It's way more than that. You know what I mean? And so for me, the main thing is we got to figure out the family dynamic. And the only way for us to do that is to really reconnect with ourselves. That's it. The family. That's my input.
Can I go next, please?
Yes.
Big shout out to everybody who has said what they said before. I love it. I love this format or this platform. I love everything about this because it's positive and solution oriented. So again, salute to everybody on the panel. I was part of this initiative called Brothers on the Block back in 14 or 15. And it was started by a Christian pastor. And the premise was that he was going to get 10 brothers to go on 100 of the worst blocks in Chicago Friday nights from 6 p.m. to like 11 p.m. And we were just going to walk around in our designated area to put ourselves in between, because that's when a lot of the bull crap happens, a lot of the violence or what have you. So this was a community initiative with the goal of reducing violence during the most violent months in the most violent neighborhoods of Chicago. Now, here's what unity looks like when you are trying to work beyond your isms. I could have said, I'm not a Christian. Why the fuck would I work with Pastor Corey Brooks, who's a pastor in this Christian church? I did not, because I put the work above our religious difference. Now, when I was sitting there in the orientation, I met a brother that I would grow to respect and love. His name's William Calloway. If you've been plugged into Chicago news in the last decade, you know that he was a big part of the work that was done to get the Laquan McDonald video out of into the mainstream, because the Chicago government was trying to suppress that video. Now, when I met him at the orientation for Brothers on the Block, he was talking like some super Christian stuff that I at first found a little bit off-putting. Now, if I would have let that be foremost in my mind, me and him would have never done all the work we did, and we've done a lot of work together. Now, by the same token, if he grew to know my religious and spiritual orientation and knew that it was rooted in African spirituality and that I did not subscribe to this mystical, supernatural Jesus, but he didn't let that repel him from working with me, and we've done great work together. And when we were in the same space, when we were at rallies, at protests, at meetings, I didn't beat him over the head with Ifa and Loas and African spirituality, and he didn't beat me over the head with Christianity. We focused on the work. Now, I'm saying all that not to say, look how awesome me and Will Calloway are. I'm saying that this is the case study. This is what it looks like on the ground level. This is what it looks like when you're trying to build unity and when you're trying to work in unison with people of different ideological backgrounds. You have to have respect for one another. You have to be committed to the work. You have to have the work and the goals and the objectives clearly identified. You have to strive to find the common ground. And it really boils down to your interactions and how you treat that person with the differing faith. So I would just, in the spirit of solutions, this is what I recommend for people. Work with a spirit of collaboration, understanding, and love in your heart. And do the work. And don't let the isms continue to be greater than the collective work, than the collaboration. Because we have what it takes to advance our position. I believe that. I don't believe our enemy, though our enemy has greater resources and our enemy has greater position and structural power, that doesn't bother me, because I know what our people have, what we've came out of. I know what we've overcome in our past. We've overcome significant odds. We have amazing power. We have spiritual power. And if we get together in unison and in unity, we can aggregate that spiritual power, and we can aggregate our little resources and make them big and make them effective. Like when it comes down, oh boy, I don't want to beat up on him because he ain't here, but when he was talking all that defeatist stuff and talking about war and stuff, and I wanted to be like, look, man, there's a lot of living that we have to do short of the battlefield, the explicit battlefield. But I can tell you this is a former warmonger in the Marine Corps, and I can tell you this is a person, who has been a part of violence in various factions. Look, you can have a superior force and not want to engage with an inferior force because the inferior force may not win, but they will make the cost of the battle more than you want to pay. Like you may win, but you may lose 25% of your people. And a lot of times when you're talking conflict, if you can make the cost of the conflict too high, then then your opponent will just be like, I don't want to do this. The cost is not worth it. We have the ability and the power and the potential to be that kind of adversary for our enemies, which means we don't have to necessarily conquer them. We just have to unify and present a target that's not easy. Soft targets get plucked quickly. Hard targets, your enemies say, I don't know. Let's talk about whether we want to engage with these hard targets. Let's unify, respect each other's differences, and become a hard target.
Thank you, Hannibal. Brother Emo, what do you have to say?
Well, I think to close up on religion and spirituality, I would say that our people, African people, Black people, we're not going anywhere without a spiritual system that unifies us. So the way I see it is until we have our own image and concept of divinity that makes us sacred and aligns us and makes our ancestors divine, and therein it makes us a sacred people. I don't think African people will be able to become a self-determining people. So I think that's a prerequisite for any solution. And I think in order to build those kinds of communities, I think we need to take the lessons that we've learned from our ancestors' victories and from our failures. So when I look at, how African nations been able to be sustained, and when have African nations fell short of being able to sustain themselves? When have our people been able to control our own destinies? And when have we been, enslaved and forced and conscripted into the culture and behavior of other people? To me, it becomes very clear what the solution is. It becomes clear that, African people need to relate based on commonalities, not what distinguishes us. And I think normally what dices us up is what we've been forced into that comes from external. So I think, when we become Black versions of other people, that's the diversity that divides us. When we become Africans in whatever tradition that is, as long as it's an African tradition, we're not going to see the same kinds of contradictions. I think people tend to pick fights based on small groups with each other when they don't understand the value of being who we are. I think when people think of themselves in very small ways, it's because they think of themselves based in a small group and a worldview that has not been defined by them. So when you see people squabbling and picking small fights, it's because they've been boxed off from the complete chronology of who we are. So I think, like I said, I really do believe consciousness precedes unity. So in order for people to have a common basis, a common understanding, I think the strongest representation of that is a theology or a spiritual tradition. And that's why I don't always, I know a lot of people like to talk about unity. I'm not so concerned with unity so much as I'm concerned with African people consolidating power. And I don't believe that everybody's going to be a part of that process. So, I mean, I think everybody should find their way to live their life to the fullest extent and control their own destiny. But I don't think everybody's going to be a part of African people producing a sustainable future for our people. Some people are going to go by the wayside. Some people are going to continue to, be misguided and lost and colonized, and other people are going to find their ways to liberation and leadership for our people. So I guess I'll leave it there. I don't know if that's pessimistic, but that's my realistic outlook. I think that the people who are serious and the people who are dedicated, we'll know who they are, and those people will gain followers. And the people who are misguiding our people, I think they're going to run into the same ultimate destination that people who have followed their course have followed before. So if you follow the wrong course, I'm sure there's nothing new under the sun. No ideas original. There's nothing new under the sun. It's only how it's been and how it's done. Right? Ain't that what Nas said? So for me, everybody can think what they think about ideas and ideologies. The way I see it is the answers are in our history. I mean, if you think the course toward liberation is in a particular theology, then, you know, I encourage you to go find where that resulted in the solution for our people in the past. You know, so because our people have been free people. We've been freer. We've been free longer than we've been enslaved. The problem is we just are disconnected from the knowledge of our past. We don't know the whole picture. We only know what other people have done to us. We don't know who we were standing independently. So that's why we don't know anything about African spirituality, African religion, or African, I don't call it religion, you know, African ways of being, African ways of knowing. We don't know any of these things. We've been cut off from these things, but they're there for us to reclaim. Should we be dedicated enough and serious enough to decide to reclaim those things for ourselves? So I'll leave it there.
Hey, Emo, is this the same book you got?
Yeah. Yeah, it's Garvey. Yeah.
Okay, good. I was wondering. I was like, man, I know I got that dang book.
Yeah.
All right. That's
yeah.
all right.
I mean, I got, you know, yeah,
a lot
I got
of books.
Yeah.
So I want to thank you guys for coming. As always, this was a great conversation, and I think what we have seen here is a microcosm of what is happening in our community. So it's a big divide. One thing that I will add, as far as solutions, is how we talk about one another. We cannot continue to bring up something as far as white supremacy or the white supremacy doctrine goes. But then we say, but Africans did this. It's kind of like we keep having those same talking points and not idealizing our ancestors, but making a clear distinction of what one group of people are doing is different than another group. So I would say that when it comes to knowledge of self, and when we've had this conversation a couple times on this channel about self-education, that self-education comes with identity of self, and that comes with how we talk about ourselves. So if we're teaching our children through the eyes of whiteness, how are they ever going to feel great about themselves? So that would be, go ahead.
And I was gonna say, I was like, this is the issue I have with humanism discourse, because it assumes that there's a singular way of being, or there's an ontology that everyone shares. And I don't believe that at all. I think ontology, or your way of being, is cultural, so it's distinct.
History supports what you're saying.
Yeah, so you have to. So the thing is, we can't collapse everyone's history into one narrative, one universal narrative. What we have to do is we have to be honest about our engagement with African history and our own history. Oftentimes we don't touch African history at all, but we have a lot to say about all the pathological things we believe about ourselves and our ancestors. So I think once we get people to seriously engage African history, then we can decide whether people are being Eurocentric or not. Because I don't even think people know what Eurocentrism is. I think people sometimes use it like polemically, like they say, "Oh, you're being Eurocentric." It's like, no, it's like if you have great African scholars who have said great things, but they've also been limited in many respects because of the influences of Europe. So I mean, we have to be honest about those things, and it's often hard for us to be honest about those things if people don't know the difference between Europeans and Africans. They don't know the difference between Arabs and Africans. If we don't know the difference because everybody's human, then yeah, we're gonna keep running into the same conceptual pitfalls and trappings. Like, we're gonna keep stumbling over ourselves trying to be them or thinking like them.
Exactly. And I'll say it again, and I will say it every day if I have to. We have to kill that little white man inside of us.
Yep. That's
And
the first step.
and understanding how we unlayer that. Most of us don't even understand how to unlayer those concepts. A lot of great master teachers have told us that it takes very attentive work to do that, because it is in every part of us. If we close our eyes right now and I say a word, if I say Santa Claus, you have a picture. If I say Jesus, you have a picture. If I say Adam and Eve, you have a picture. Like, you cannot undo that. Professor James Smalls said that. He said, I've been disconnected from this for over, I forget how many years he said. So he said, if I'm seeing that image, I know you're seeing that image. So we have to understand how to do that. We're doing that with these conversations, but also it takes self-analysis. It takes us actually unlayering that. Why do I think this? Why are these my talking points? Why do I believe this about African people, about Black people? Why is it even hard for me to recognize myself as being an African? All of these things we have to unlayer for ourselves, because what we believe, what we think is what we're passing on to the next generation, consciously or unconsciously. So as we have a collective, we do have a collective consciousness. We do have to identify with a collective consciousness, a collective. And I would say I agree in part to a collective spirituality in a sense, but because we also understand that we have a collective pain. And so with that, we have to understand how to proceed so that we can move forward. So my last question, and then we're going to go. Can we, with these, can we move forward as a group with so many different spiritual practices? Can we do that? If I say that your spiritual system is holding us back as a collective, can we move forward?
We'll move in different directions if we have different religions.
Okay. Black, Hannibal, what do you think?
Repeat it, please.
So can we move forward if we have different spiritual practices? And if my belief is that your spiritual practice is keeping us in a certain consciousness, are we able to move forward?
You know what? We may be, but we won't be able to move forward as quickly and efficiently as we would if we were more in line. And more in touch with a system that resonates with our origin and the truth of our Black/African selves. Like, the proof is in where we're at right now. Like, that's how you figure out the truth sometimes in the absence of explicit guidance. Look where we're at now. Look what we deal with on the day-to-day as we try to collaborate. Look at the points of conflict.
Right.
And right now, you see what happens when people are too some people are just too bogged down in their isms, and it just degrades the execution of our strategies and tactics. So we have to find a way to, and like Emo has said, and I'm a firm believer in this, like, once you seize your Africanness and your Blackness, and you realize that what it really boils down to is a way of thinking, like challenging the ways you approach problem solving, challenging the ways you approach analysis, challenging the way you process information, and identifying how your value systems have been corrupted by the Eurocentricity that you can't avoid in America. Like, fighting Eurocentricity is an active job.
Yes, active, very active.
Like, if you're not engaged in that work, then you're going to swallow it, and it is going to be reflected in your actions. So it's like, yo, we gotta, like you said, kill that little white devil that's inside all of us, and also look to where we can find the truths and the philosophies that resonate more with what we were doing for tens of thousands of years before the invaders came. You know,
we gotta stop following.
Go ahead, huh?
I was gonna say, for those of us who are critical enough, we have to stop following leaders who we know will mislead us based on their ideology or their religion. We keep following misleaders. So
that's a good point.
I'm gonna actually say, based on history, no black person really changed anything unless they collectively saw each other as a black brother. Religion aside, you know, you talk about different organizations, they were different types of brothers, cool brothers, brothers from the block. I don't care what it was. There was very few 100% Christian organizations. You know, everybody had their own level in terms of spirituality. I think it's just a matter of. I just think it's just a matter of, you know, us seeing each other as men and women, and also what is most important is the cause, and which is our blackness. So, you know, whether or not we all believe in the same God or we have the same level of religious spirituality really is in consequence, because we've seen brothers come together, lock arms, and say this is the most important thing right now.
Okay. Yeah, I can see both sides. I do lean towards more what Brother Emo was saying, that yeah, it can happen, but we're going to be kind of going in different directions. We see how and that this is a conversation for another day, but we did see how like Vodun was used in the Haitian Revolution. So we see that it does, a collective consciousness, a collective spiritual system can help. I think most people who followed certain leaders, they believed the way that that leader believed. It's definitely more to unpack in this conversation, but it is really late. So
maybe we have a part 2 in the near future.
Yes, I would love to have a part 2 if everyone.
Because I'd like to chat with not necessarily E-Black, but a Christian person.
Wait, he not me?
Well, no, it could be you, but I don't want you to feel like I'm beating up on you. That's why I said that. But I want to talk with an E-Black or another Christian about the question of salvation and how affects people's their walk through life.
That's interesting. Yeah.
And combative with a nice voice, I do want to say, growing up the way that I grew up, being in a certain religion, you didn't mess with those Baptist folks like that. Like it was that, like and I'm just telling you the way I grew up. It was just like, you know, you don't read anything unless it's from a particular pastor or a preacher in that particular faith. You don't go to their church. You know, like you might be able to kind of hang out with, you know, you can hang out with them and stuff like that. But it was kind of a clear divide when it came to denominations and how you moved forward. You didn't necessarily take their ideology. And then there was kind of a preaching to them. At any point, you had to preach them to kind of get them on your side. So I do see what you're saying, but in a lot of Christian denominations, even denominations are divided. Yeah. So yeah.
I mean, again, it comes from a people who's a minority population on the planet, but their religion is the biggest religion on the planet. Mm-hmm. I mean, that tells you a whole lot of what you need to know.
Right. Yep. So, yeah, we definitely need to unpack some more of this. I think this is definitely what we need to have these conversations. They are uncomfortable, But that's how we grow as a community. So I would love to have all of you back on for us to continue to talk about this, and maybe add some more people to the mix as well. But that's all I have for tonight. Thank you for the ones who hung out with us all night. And I know it got late here. And just thank you. You also said some great things in the chat. And just thank you for everyone who came here. And also thank you to Brother Emo, Hannibal, E-Black. Thank you for coming. I appreciate you guys coming here and sharing your knowledge and sharing your experiences and all of that good stuff.
Thank you for the invite.
Yeah, thank you again.
No, yes, thank you. So, okay, that's what we're gonna end here. Yeah, we'll end here, and I'll see you next time, guys. Peace. My hotep. Peace, everyone.
Jeez. Oh, Emo, you said what's my contact?
Mm-hmm.